Everyone, it's 8:32 a.m. on this July 26th, 2022, and this meeting will be called to order. The first item on business is our joint meeting agenda, and we will start by, it says call to order the Planning Commission, and you're here too, so I think you're supposed to call your Planning Commission to order as I've called the City Council to order. Okay. Travis, if you would.
Good morning. Before I call the meeting to order, I did have a question or two for Teresa. There was a resolution that looks like that was signed by the Planning Commission on July 19th that calls for 10 days notice, I guess, to be put in the newspaper for the meeting. And okay, that'd be great.
Yeah, so in order to have this joint meeting and provide alternative notice than what the rules normally require, which is publication and written notice to individual property owners.
Yes.
The city council had to have a meeting where they called this meeting and did a resolution and provided for alternative notice, which was still publication and posting of the agenda like they normally would.
Okay, so my question is that this resolution was adopted on the 19th, and it's the 26th. So it hasn't been 10 days, and, you know, normally a resolution would direct the staff to go do something, like if it says to publish in the paper, you'd publish it.
So John may help with this,
Has the notice been sent in the paper?
I think we published it before that actually happened.
Yes, we had, due to the timing, we had already published those in the newspaper ahead of that meeting in anticipation because of the timing issue.
Okay. Okay. So, based on that, I have no reason to not call this meeting to order for the Planning Commission. So, we have a quorum.
Thank you. With that, we will start with public comment. Issues or concerns not on the regular agenda may be raised by the public at this time. Citizens should speak from the podium, address all comments to the dais, begin by stating their name and address or single-member district number, and limit their remarks to less than 3 minutes. I'm actually going to start with Shane Kelton. If you would come forward, and I think you want to share some information. It's not part of this agenda, but it's information for all those who are watching will want to know.
Yes, ma'am. As everybody knows, and this is kind of not what this meeting's about, but just so everybody knows, I know everybody saw all the mowers out on the loop yesterday, and they've been around town the last 2 or 3 days and last week. A lot of shredding of trash out there along the loop. So visited with TxDOT yesterday afternoon, just so everybody knows. They do have a plan in place to where they are going to be out there with a maintenance group picking up all that litter and all that trash over the next 2 or 3 weeks. So just wanted to let everybody know there is a plan. I have it right here if anybody wants further details. So.
Well, not only did we see a lot of trash, we saw a lot of dirt blowing up.
Yes, ma'am.
I think all of us with allergies had some impact from it.
Yes, ma'am. It definitely needs to rain. So, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment today?
Raise this up. I'm Spencer Matthews, District 5. I have a little bit of an objection to the early posting, because if it was only voted in to have this meeting and then we're only getting a few days' notice, we haven't had time to understand what's going on in this meeting and what those regulations or what these ordinance changes would be to even organize and get and conform, consent, any kind of anything. And so I kind of object to, or I clearly object to having this meeting right now for those terms. We haven't had time to even review what's going on. There's only 2 paragraphs on the agenda, and that's a problem. And the notice is only this big in the newspaper. You'd have to have a microscope to see it. And so I have an objection to having this meeting.
Thank you. Further public comment?
I'd like to elaborate a little bit on that.
Go ahead, Travis.
So, excuse me, I think the broader issue here is that this meeting is going in the wrong direction in terms of notice to the community. I don't even feel like I was given proper notice, and I'm a participant in the meeting. John sent an email out to all the planning commissioners on June 30th. The email said there were going to be 2 issues on this agenda. One was parking downtown, the other one was short-term rentals downtown. When I pulled a copy of the agenda that was sent out on Friday, one of the items on short-term rentals has been expanded to include the entire city limits, but not single family. So it's not just downtown as we were told originally. We've been talking in the Planning Commission for months about the lack of notice to our residents. And I feel like our citizens have a right to voice their opinions, and especially when we make decisions that have a financial impact on people, we have a responsibility as a board, as the city council, to hear people's opinions. As it relates to this meeting specifically, there's a process that's normally in place. There's 3 forms of notice that are sent out. So any property that's impacted, plus anyone within 200 feet of that property, signs are put in place on those properties, and a notice is put in the newspaper. The newspaper is now circulated, what, twice a week? If that?
Every day but Saturday.
Okay, every day but Saturday. Is that right? I thought they pulled it back.
No, it's every day but Saturday for home delivery.
Okay, so I don't even take the newspaper. And I don't think I'm the only one in the community that doesn't take the newspaper for notice. So in the normal part of the process, the Planning Commission hears cases, and there's time that passes between our meeting and the city council meeting. And in many circumstances, you know, our board is largely an advisory board as it stands anyway. But when the issue is brought up in our meetings and a decision is made, it prompts folks to take action and show up to the city council meetings where the decision's being made. And a meeting like this eliminates that time, and that's very concerning to me. And then the other issue is, as I was noting, the only notice for this meeting was a little tiny paragraph in the classified ads of the newspaper. Nothing was sent out to anybody in the community that was impacted, that owns a property that may have their rights changed as a result of this meeting. No signs were put up. There was mention of it in our meeting and in the city council meeting, and that's about it. So what I've talked about repeatedly is focus on expanding notice and not excluding the public in our discussions, especially about zoning and property rights. And then on that note, I personally am in favor of moving our Planning Commission meetings to the evenings. There are many communities that have most of their meetings for boards and commissions and the city council in the evening hours. In doing very limited research, Abilene, Lubbock, Fredericksburg, Fort Worth, Waco, Kerrville, Bernie, even Denver, Colorado, which has a regular general comment meeting once a month before their city council meetings in the evenings. We had and I think my colleagues on the Planning Commission could speak to this. We had a gentleman that came in at our last meeting on Monday of last week. The staff had proposed changing the zoning on his property without his consent, and he was upset. He didn't feel like he was given proper notice. He came up in the middle of our meeting and said, "I'm here because someone's trying to change my zoning without my consent. I don't want to do it. You don't have my permission to change my zoning, but I have to go to work, and I can't sit here until the case comes up because I've got a job that I've got to go to." And I think there are a lot of people in my time serving on the Planning Commission that have expressed those same thoughts and concerns. And so that's, to me, the most important thing for us to focus on is expanding notice to our residents. What can we do to better notify our community of the business that we're doing, especially that impacts them?
Thank you, Travis. I want to make sure, Teresa, that there are no issues as it relates to the legal aspects of this meeting, and that all the issues and all the public notices and all the criteria that are required have actually been done, because I don't want to get through this meeting and then find out there are major problems with it. So we need to start with is this legally a meeting?
Yes, ma'am, there is a provision in the local government code that does allow council and the planning commission to meet jointly and have alternative notice provisions. That case that John referenced last council meeting would have required us to send out 10,000 written notices for this meeting, in excess of 10,000. And as we've known in the past, when you send out notices, there are often cases that something gets missed, and that one, notice getting missed out of those 10,000 could have invalidated the action. So we hesitate to use this provision that we could have these joint meetings and have this alternative notice provision. We've been able to use that for a long time, and we never have, because I don't think we disagree with Travis that as much notice as possible to our community is proper. But this is a proper meeting underneath the local government code, and it has been noticed as was required. Now, I would also like to say that both of the items that are on the agenda will have a second reading at council, so there will be another opportunity for the public to come and to offer their opinions on those things as well. So this process does not end today.
I just hate waiting for second readings for people to address it. I think the most important part is making sure during a first reading, a first conversation, that people have been notified, that the public is first and foremost why we are all up here, so our citizens are key. And we need to make sure that they feel like they have been allowed to be involved in the conversation. And as Travis said, particularly because it is one of properties, usually someone's greatest, biggest asset. So what we don't want to be doing is negatively impacting anybody's biggest, best asset. So a lot of people are here today. I hate to have them feel like they are here for no reason. So I think we should proceed. We do not have to take a vote. We could postpone it for further conversation and further notice if we need it. Is that correct?
Yes, you could call it, we would have to bring both bodies together again, but yes, you could do that, postpone it and bring it back.
So
and
we
discuss
will
it again if you
allow
wanted
all
to.
those people here today to be able to voice their issues, concerns, and objections or support. And then if we don't feel comfortable with the conversation today, we can ask that no decision be made today and postpone it for a later meeting. Is that okay with the Planning Commission in terms of their approach? Okay. All right. With that, we will proceed with, yes, please come forward.
My name is Nelda Allen. I'm in Tommy Hubert's district. That's where my home is, but I have property all over San Angelo. And I did not even know that this was happening until last night. So I didn't have the time to look at everything and prepare it. So I really appreciate Ms. Gunner saying that it could be tabled to give people a little more time to do research. Thank you.
So we ask that everybody take time today to come forward and present the questions, concerns, and issues attached to these items so we can decide what to do. With that, we will go into item 4A, discussion and possible action on an ordinance amending Chapter 12, Planning and Development Exhibit 8, Zoning Ordinance, Article 5, General Development Standards, Section 511, off-street parking standards regarding parking for assembly occupancies in the Central Business District, Zoning District, and John, you're on.
Thank you. John James, Director of Planning and Development Services. I just wanted to make two comments about the previous discussion. One, if it wasn't for that court case, this process is the same as the normal process for text amendments to the zoning ordinance, other than the fact that you're meeting together. And so we haven't really backed off of any notice. This is the way it's been done for literally decades for ordinance amendments. We always notify folks if their property zoning is changing, but when we make amendments to the ordinance, we've never sent out notices for that. It's never been required. The second point I would make, just for your information, when we get to the second item, that actually went to the Planning Commission back in May, so they've already heard the second item and made a recommendation on it. So if that changes your opinion on how to proceed today,
John, I don't think that's correct. The discussion that we had in the planning commission was as it related to downtown. And this item on the agenda is for the entire city except for residential zoned lots.
Well, the question is, the one we're talking about, parking, not short-term rentals. So are you referring to
He's talking about short-term rentals, ma'am.
Right.
Item B.
Okay.
But I'm talking about A, and that's the first item on the agenda.
Okay.
So when we get to that, we can have that discussion, but the discussion we're going to have first and foremost is the parking downtown. So item
Okay.
4A.
So this item is about parking downtown. As you probably know, we do not currently have any parking requirements in downtown. The idea is it's a dense urban area, and most cities' downtowns don't provide or don't require businesses to provide individual parking for each business. And that's exactly what our current ordinance does as well. We've had some recent interest in large-scale venue-type locations downtown. And so we've brought this up based on a possible concern that a big event venue that might have hundreds of people would potentially create parking problems for other businesses downtown. And so, again, the downtown has parking to accommodate most of the businesses that are there with on-street parking, some off-street parking. But the concern is if we have one of these large events that would draw over 400 people, that might create spillover impacts throughout the downtown. And so that's the reason this is coming forward. And so the proposal is to amend the ordinance to require parking for those uses that have a capacity of over 400 people. But rather than requiring specific numbers of parking spaces, it would require a parking plan to be submitted, and that would be reviewed and approved by the city council. So you all could take the unique characteristics of each individual proposal into account. And I don't think our intent is for the normal parking standards to apply. So if, for example, if you have a bar out by the mall, it would require X number of parking spaces. I don't think we would want to apply that same standard downtown, but at the same time, the idea is maybe we should require them to provide some parking. But again, it would be a case-by-case determination by the city council. The way the ordinance is written, it would apply to assembly occupancies, and I've listed the most common assembly-type occupancies, but that includes event centers, bars, restaurants, theaters, churches, things that have the assembly of lots of people in one place. I won't go through this in depth, but basically this would be the process. An applicant would submit a building permit for a new use or a change of occupancy of an existing building. We would determine if the occupancy of that building is over 400 or not. If so, we would ask them to submit a parking plan. We would review it and then ultimately bring it to city council for a decision.
Generally speaking, Monday through Thursday, there are not parking issues in our downtown area. However, on Fridays and Saturdays, when most events and large crowds assemble, there are parking issues. Most people know if someone goes to Walmart, they don't mind parking half a mile away to get to Walmart. But when they're in the downtown area, they very much want to park in front of a business. So we know that parking becomes an issue, and we want to make sure that all businesses feel like they are not being wiped out as it relates to customers getting to their business. On the other hand, when we ask for alternative parking plans, the question is, what would that encompass, and where would they find that parking, and how do other cities address it? Many cities have parking garages. We don't. The one that we have downtown is for private use only for the Spur building. Without that building, then where else are alternative parking options? And we need to talk through that so someone would know where to go, what to do, and how to start with a parking plan. And then, Dale, you're in the audience. You want to come forward and talk about parking and the experiences you're have had, and perceive to be issues.
Certainly. Excuse me. Recently, we looked at parking availability based from Cohenhain on the east-west corridor, from the west Cohenhain all the way to Magdalen. in the north-south geographic, we looked at River Drive all the way up to College, which is where most of the activities and most of the complaints that I get in relationship to parking occur. So we looked at that area, and we learned that there are 65 parking lots within that geographic area. There are 13 public parking lots. Also, we have 23 private parking lots, and then we have a hybrid of 29 parking lots where you have both public and private parking. So the assessment, we looked at how many parking spaces each lot had, and we found that there was 3,367 parking spaces within that corridor. But that's one issue. The other issue is we, in our community, have a mindset that we are supposed to park in front of where we're going to be. And typically that's not going to happen, especially since we've been seeing a development of downtown and the businesses growth that we've had. So people get frustrated, business owners get frustrated, property owners get frustrated because people are not able to get to, or they hear complaints from their customers about the parking situation. But if you look at, and if you will take a walk with me, if we start at South Chadbourne Street Bridge, if you take about a 30-yard walk, over to your left is a parking lot. If you walk another 30 yards, there's a parking lot at the corner of Concho and Chadbourne.
But let me ask you a question, starting with that. Number one, that first parking lot that you're talking about, two things. One
Right.
is I believe that Twisted Root and Freedom Fellowship Church have the rights to that parking lot.
Right.
Because that is a private parking lot,
Well,
I believe owned by AT&T.
That's correct.
All right,
But
so,
it does, people park there, I mean, irregardless, whether, and most people that are going to Twisted Root are going to park there. But what I'm trying to get at is that there is a lot of parking available, and my belief is that we need either to develop an education way to figure out a way to educate people about where to park in downtown, and accept the idea that we're growing and that you are not going to be able to park in front of your store, the store that you're going to all the time. There's obviously there are stores and businesses that have their own parking spaces or parking lots, as Twisted Root does, and they accommodate their customers that way. But it's just a pretty complex situation, and my fear, as far as taking it to another level in terms of putting additional restrictions, is it'll deflate maybe deflate people's interest in developing downtown. That's my fear. Yeah, as far as 400 people, I don't know how many businesses. I didn't have enough time to research this out, but I know how many people have an occupancy of 400 in their space, and I know we're talking about future development. But if that does occur, wouldn't the property owner have to submit some plan or idea about what they're doing with their business to get an occupancy? And at that point, wouldn't that trigger possibly taking this type of action?
well, yes and no. I mean, Central Business District doesn't require any parking plan when you look for occupancy.
Correct.
So
But
that
if-
would not do it, and so that can't be the element of how we control it.
But if we have in place a trigger that says, and let everybody know, that if you're going to develop a business that you're expecting to have an occupancy of 400, that would trigger at that time when that person applies for a permit, that at that point, the city would be required to let them, notify them that they would need to have a parking plan. Right?
Correct.
Okay. So I think that would be a fair way of administering it. But it's this problem, as y'all well, or maybe don't know, I do attend conferences yearly, and at the Main Street, for Main Street. And one of the issues that we discuss all the time at every one of these conferences are parking issues in downtown. And so I go back to when I first started in 2007. There were issues back then, and they continue to be. And I believe
No, in
that
2007, we didn't have parking issues, because in 2007, there were
it
three
was pretty
businesses
dead.
open
Well,
after the hour, 5 o'clock, so that would not be a correct statement.
Let me
Thank you.
rephrase that. Let me rephrase that. I was getting phone calls from businesses upset because employees from other businesses were parking in front of their stores. And so to me, that was a parking problem.
That's the reason the 3-hour limit was created,
Right.
so that our streets were not full of employee parking and no room left for customer
Right,
parking.
and we addressed
So
it.
that was
Yeah,
addressed.
and we addressed it. And so, in relationship to, again, the problem, I think, it's an education thing as far as educating our community about what transpires when you develop a downtown area and what the needs are. And of course, additional parking spaces would be, we've got a tremendous amount of parking space. I just remembered this down on the river that nobody uses. Nobody parks down there and walks to get to their places. So I think it's just an educational.
Question mark is, if you're in that Concho Avenue corridor, then that becomes a parking alternative. If you're on further north on Chadbourne, no one's going to park on the river to walk
Right.
4 blocks north.
Right.
And the other issue is, when people want to park in front of a business, that's generally your retail customer. And from 10 o'clock in the morning till 5 o'clock in the evening, parking is not an issue. Nor is it Monday through Thursday. It generally is after 6 o'clock, Friday, sometimes Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
No, I
And
agree with that. I agree. The major congestion that we have, as far as parking is concerned, is over the weekends. But a lot of those lots that are private lots, people park in those parking areas as well. And
Does
sometimes
that make
those.
people who own those parking lots upset?
It just upsets those people, right. And there's alternatives that they can take, however they don't do them. But anyway, that's on them. That's an issue that they need to address. But that's where I see issues. I mean, right now, today, or yesterday, I had several complaints from business owners about other businesses and their parking issues that they have. So it's an ongoing issue, and yes, we need to address it. Sure, we should, and we should try to do is be proactive, which is, I believe, what you're trying to do, is be proactive in this particular case. Any questions for me?
Well, anybody have a question, Harry? And then I'll have some questions.
I did think it's just a real quick comment, and Dell said it a little while ago. My son lives in Fredericksburg. If you go downtown in Fredericksburg on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, you got massive amount of people coming through that community. And what people do is they want to go to Fredericksburg, they find a place to park, they're going to walk 5 or 6 blocks to whatever they need to do. So I think education is a big portion of this. As the central business continues to grow, we're just going to have to educate people that there's places to park in San Angelo, in that particular area, but you may not be able to park in front of that business that you want to go to. I think people have gotten comfortable doing that, and now their way is to complain about it. If we're going to grow, we're going to have many people come to this particular community, and they're going to be willing to walk. Our citizens are going to have to do the same thing.
I also, bringing that up, Harry, just throwing this out, I know money's tight, but wayfinding is always a good way to help give people direction about where to park.
Questions for Dale from anybody? All right, so the things I hear are the following. So there are many people who run a business every day of the week or every evening of the week, particularly big business on Thursday, Fridays, and Saturdays. And they get very concerned that they've been there, they've run a business, they, and all of a sudden, someone wants to open up a business that is a venue, which basically means that maybe this Saturday night it's rented out, but that's it. And all of a sudden, the parking becomes a key issue, and their customers that have been supporting that business all of a sudden are upset with it. So how do we address that? Because the venue thing is a large conversation about many of the buildings downtown. Well, I'm going to buy it and turn it into a venue.
Right.
And so that's becoming a pretty big conversation. We want downtown to continue to develop. We want the empty buildings to continue to find someone to develop it. So we don't want to discourage redevelopment. On the other hand, we really want to make sure that the businesses that are there and have invested over the past 15 years are not negatively impacted and continue to have a success story.
Correct. Those are certainly the objectives, I think. Again, going back to the education component, the wayfinding possibly, if we could do something in that area as far as where the parking is. I know one thing that I've thought about recently was to call the property owners that own those parking lots and have discussions with them about the use of their spaces, because I know there's some parking lots that absolutely are not going to allow people to park in those parking lots. But I would hope there would be some flexibility there through discussion, and usually it all leads back to money. So that's another component that we have to address somehow. How are we going to do that? And I don't have the answer for that.
I was just going to ask you for your suggestion, because you face the public and the business owners every day. So I think we have to be proactive and have some sort of a game plan.
Oh, I agree. I agree. We have to be
And so
proactive.
that game plan has to be defined, and we have to have a strategy to ensure that parking does not become a turnoff. And we know that we want to develop downtown living. With downtown living, you're not going to be able to do it if you can't secure parking spots for the people who are living, whether they buy a loft, rent a loft, or whatever the issue is. So
Mayor Gunner,
that becomes-
I want to be
please.
clear about something there. I don't think that a lot of the larger buildings, the high-rise buildings, are going to be developed unless there's parking immediate and proximal to it. So I think that's a separate issue than what Dell's talking about and what's been introduced here. But I don't think anyone's going to rent an apartment and have to walk a block to get to their space. They're going to want to be right next to it.
They do wish that, although I will tell you, in many urban cities, they do not park right by their building. They have to walk. Not all buildings in urban areas have parking garages next to them, so they've had to adapt as well. But there are at least adjacencies that provide for that. Yes. Go ahead and.
As far as, as development happens and people are buying condos, it should be up to whoever's selling the condos to maybe designate and sell a parking spot. That's done in a lot of major cities, that they're purchasing parking off-site for the residents, and the residents are recompensating the developer.
This all comes
ahead,
down.
Travis.
This all comes down to feasibility. So, what can you command if you're selling condos if you have to walk 2 blocks to get to and from it? You're not going to get a fair price. You can't justify the feasibility of redeveloping that structure if you don't provide immediate and proximal parking, because that's what you're competing against in the rest of the community. So, I would say office and residential use specifically will require parking to be immediate and proximal. And I'll take the Spur building as an example. When the parking garage was closed on the Spur building, it cleared out the office building. It was done. It went to vacant. And it's because there was no parking. Everyone had to go to the street.
Well, there were other issues with the Spur building. It's the reason they left it, but parking is always an issue. But the Spur building had a lot of infrastructure issues within that building, which turned a lot of people off. All right, other comments?
Heidi Brooks, single-member District 5. So I grew up in Austin, downtown. Parking has always been a problem. They have continued to build parking lots, but it still continues to be a problem. There are ways when you have events of over 400 people to shuttle people to parking lots that are in another location. Education, setting up maps, Google Maps for parking lots. There are numerous ways to go about setting up additional parking in those events. I've lived here, I think, 37, maybe 38 years. There aren't that many events over 400 people. Quite honestly, I'd like to see our community having more things, bringing people in, that this became a problem. But I also hate the idea of people having to apply for another city permit to get parking and be denied the opportunity that might bring more people to San Angelo for event. So education, shuttling people to public parking lots is an option. Thank you.
Further public comment? Okay, so the issue at hand is, John, you want to go through and talk through, further talk through, instead of just a general overview of what is presented here, so we better understand what we want to take action or no action on.
Well, unless there are questions, I mean, it's a pretty simple change to the ordinance that basically says, there's a part of the ordinance where it says parking is required per the charts and everything in the zoning ordinance. But then under that, there's an exception that says, except in the central business district, no parking is required. So what this proposal would do is add to that exception where it says, except in the central business district where no parking is required, it further would add, except for an assembly occupancy with over 400 occupants. That would require a parking plan be approved by city council. That's really the totality of the change.
So there wouldn't be, let's say, a fee attached to it, et cetera, so it would be simply turning in a parking plan attached to? I'm a little confused about the process here.
Yeah, and let me go back to that chart, but basically they would already be going through some type of development review process. So, and I got a question before the meeting, that this would not apply retroactively. Any existing businesses are grandfathered. It would only be somebody coming in with a brand new business or changing in the occupancy of an existing building, in which case they would already be going through either a building permit process or a change of occupancy process that we already have that they would be doing anyway. As part of that, once we identified it as an occupancy over 400, as part of that review process, we would say, oh, you also need this parking plan, and it will have to go and be approved by city council.
And that parking plan could be inclusive of what?
It would basically be them answering the question, how do you intend to provide parking for this facility? It could be an agreement with an adjacent property that there's a parking lot on to use that private parking. They could count some of the on-street spaces in front of their building, for example. There's really no limit. They would just have to provide something that would satisfy you all ultimately on
Does that include, would that also include asking permission to use city property? Because normally it's just open. So, I mean, if you said, as Dale said, down by the river, all of that is city property and all the parking is down there. So anybody can use it. So how could that become a part of a parking plan? Because it's open for anybody.
Well, again, the parking plan isn't necessarily requiring them to provide private parking. They could say, hey, I'm right next door to this city public lot. I would intend my customers to park in that public lot that's right next door. And then it would be up to you all to say, yeah, that's reasonable, or, well, no, that venue is too big. They would take up too much of that public parking spot for other people, so maybe they could count half of that parking or something. But the idea is to provide the flexibility that you all could approve it on a case-by-case rather than saying you have to provide X number of parking spaces, they have to be within 400 feet of your business, which is kind of what applies outside the downtown.
Okay. Questions, Larry?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. James, you suggested there was some kind of legal action in progress. Is that correct, or did I misread your statement?
You were talking about,
saying
yeah,
that,
I think early on about maybe something with the state.
Because I don't believe anyone here is.
Oh, I think that was short-term rentals, that statement, not parking, maybe.
I think he might have just been offering comments about the discussion we'd already had regarding the lawsuit that happened in Austin that affected the notice provisions. I don't recall him saying anything about.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
probably
my initial
it.
comments were not about this item. They were about the general discussion of having the joint meeting.
Thank you.
Dale, you want to come back up?
So while Dale's coming up, John, let me ask you this. Is this just going to apply to venues? I'm having a hard time interpreting who this is going to affect and who it's not. Can somebody clarify that?
Yeah, again, the way the ordinance is written, it would be an assembly occupancy, which is defined in the building code, but basically means things like are listed there: event centers, bars, restaurants, churches, sport venues, basically anything where lots of people congregate. Those in the building code have different rules for fire sprinklers and all kinds of other things that meet that particular occupancy. That's different from, a shoe store or, some of the other types of businesses.
So how is this fair and equitable if it's coming before the city council for review? And you could maybe include some public parking or maybe some private parking and maybe some on-street. I don't see how you could apply a fair and equitable means of approving any project that's brought before you guys on the basis that's been presented. How do you do that?
Dale, you want to talk about what you think the right amount of education and how you would perceive moving forward so that you're not on a daily basis inundated with the calls and complaints from business owners?
Well, and again, this is, it gets into finance. There are ways you can hire consultants. I know I'm very anti-consultant. But in this particular case, one of the things I've learned through our Main Street program is that they hire consultants to help them create the wayfinding for parking areas, also studies as to how people interact or react to going into the downtown district. And that goes into even slowing the speeds downtown and how street lights operate. I mean, it goes into a much more extensive process. And so I know that those have proven to work in some of the cities that have applied that or taken that step. The other part of it is, again, just trying to treat each other in a friendly way. I mean, people get really upset. They get very upset when their neighbors or their neighbors' employees park in front of their stores, or vice versa. It happens, and we just need to try to. Most of the time, I'm facilitating those arguments, trying to get people to be rational with each other about where they park. But outside of that, Mayor, that's the only thing I can think of is really just digging deep into the weeds to figure out what is the best way to utilize and educate our public about parking spaces.
Thank you.
So,
Go ahead, Luke.
Let me ask you, I'm just thinking through how this would unfold. And let's just say that there is an event that is going to draw more than 400 people, and they need to put together a parking plan. In my mind, that creates an opportunity for someone who owns additional parking to charge people to park there. First of all, is the city going to allow that? Since we're putting the requirement now on the person putting that event in place, who's responsible to pay for that parking? And secondly, if they can't afford to pay for that parking and no one around them is willing to provide it, is that not just going to crush the event and basically make it to where they can't have it?
Well, and let me clarify that this is not intended for special events. So like a one-time weekend event downtown, that has its own process. This is really for something like an event center that they host parties and weddings every weekend and all of the time.
Okay, so what if someone comes in and says, half of our parking is going to be private. We're going to use this parking lot next door. and then that building sells, and the new owner says, you can't park on my parking lot anymore. What do we do then?
We would typically, for an alternative parking plan, which we already have an alternative parking plan process, we would require an agreement of some sort between those two property owners. Now, again, agreements don't run forever, and so that might, it could run out in 5 years or whatever. We typically wouldn't grant that if it was like a one-year agreement. It would have to be a longer-term type of agreement. But again, as we've written this, it would be up to the city council to decide. And to answer your earlier question, the idea here was to provide that flexibility, because as soon as we start saying you have to have 200 parking spaces, they have to be within 400 feet, somebody's going to come in and say, well, I've got a whole parking lot that the guy's going to lease me or I own 4 blocks away, and I think that's sufficient. This gives that flexibility for city council to make that judgment call. Is that sufficient?
So in your list of examples, you have bars, restaurants, and churches. So we've grandfathered all the bars, restaurants, and churches that are downtown. But if someone wants to open a new restaurant downtown and the occupant load is 400 or greater, they're going to be under a different set of rules than everyone else that's been downtown already. That doesn't seem fair and equitable. And if I was a new business owner and I had to go before the city council and answer questions about parking that no one else before them had to answer, that would upset me. I don't think that's fair. And I think that it maybe the most damaging part of this idea is the discouragement of development downtown. And we're all trying to make improvements downtown. Yes, we have parking problems. It's a very complicated and thorny issue. I just don't think that the idea of introducing another review panel discussion in front of city council to arbitrarily award a venue some permission to continue, and then another guy comes in and, well, no, we don't like your idea. It just doesn't work. It's not consistent. And I think when it comes to city ordinance and rules, you have to be fair and equitable. This doesn't feel fair and equitable to me.
I understand that concern. I'll make a couple of points. One, anytime you change the rules are different for the new people versus the old people. So,
not necessarily.
The second thing I would say, though, is we looked at this. The idea was based on a concern of very large event venues. So right now, based on information we got from the fire marshal's office, there's only one bar in downtown that this would even apply to, and no restaurants. So that occupancy was set at 400 to really get only the largest uses. Like I said, only one bar and no restaurants would this apply to of all of the bars and restaurants in downtown now. So it wasn't intended as a rule that would apply to every new bar and restaurant. And you all could tweak that number. You could go even higher. You could limit it. You could exclude bars and restaurants.
What's the point?
Yeah.
If we're going to write an ordinance, but we're going to make it a number that is just not going to apply to anybody, why are we wasting our time?
I think the concern is we've had some folks approach us about large-scale event venues that would host things like weddings or parties that would be 400, 500, 600 people. And so I think that's the concern.
So like a church?
Like a building that is remodeled, perhaps, and for the specific purpose of doing it, so they wouldn't run a business day in and day out, but would be on a very specific issue. And Luke, to your comment about parking lots, on many big events, whether it's July 3rd events or whether it's big concerts in downtown, if you've been down there during those events, you will find that everyone who has a private parking lot surrounding the river stage all has private parking signs up, and they also have signs that say $5, and they hire somebody to be there and monitor that parking lot and charge a fee for parking that. And many of the businesses surrounding that do that currently. That's part of it.
I don't necessarily think there's a problem with that. I
Yeah.
guess what my question was is
Well, no,
if
that's
there's
what
a-
we're saying, yeah.
if there's a
that's-
parking plan that's required, can that not be considered part of your plan?
No, it is. I mean, that's the point.
But
Yeah.
you don't own the property.
No, but the person who wanted to have the event would negotiate with that private property owner to use that facility and even say to them, if you want to put a sign up and say, you know, it's $5 to come park here, you would be allowed to do that, but that would be a negotiation between the two parties. Yes, Karen?
Travis, go ahead.
I was just going to say, what if that property owner that has the parking lot says, you know, I thought $5 was reasonable, but I'm going to raise it to $25 going
It's a
forward.
private property right
And now
owner,
we've
you
got,
could do
and
that.
now we have this issue with people upset and they don't want to pay that and they're not going to use that lot. So the plan that's in place in agreement with the city council isn't actually being implemented and utilized because you have private property disruption and change that's affecting the execution of the idea that's brought before the city council for one-time discussion when it's approved. Things change too much downtown to have an arbitrary discussion on how a venue is going to park their facility and expect it to remain that way for 10 years or 15 years. It changes too much. I think we all want to see the change. And so I just don't see the benefit. I understand the concern about parking. I don't see the benefit of having to go through a process in front of city council to approve a venue for moving forward. The other very important point I'm going to make here is that if you're a venue and you're downtown and parking is a problem, you better solve the parking problem yourself if you want to be successful. No one's going to go and book that venue if everyone that goes to it has to park 3 or 4 blocks away, or they have to park on the street with bars and restaurants that are lined and busy at the time that the event's being held. It's their responsibility as a private business owner to find a way to accommodate their customers. So whether it's valet parking or shuttle service, as was mentioned before, there are solutions to this problem that I think don't require the review and approval of the city council.
And I'm not so sure it should come to city council. I would think that would be something that could be done administratively and planning and not city council approval.
I think what John's proposing is to bring it to the city council.
I know, but we're talking about options.
Okay.
That's what the discussion is. What are the ideas and solutions that could be put out there? He proposed something. We don't have to accept the proposal. It can be changed any way we want to, if we choose to, or table it until there's a better plan. There are many options here.
Mayor, I believe also that, again, when someone applies for a new construction or development of a business, that it would trigger, the occupancy would trigger the idea of having a parking plan, and that could be discussed as to how they're going to come to a conclusion on that. And I totally agree with the administrative process, looking at it from that perspective, because it speeds up, and everybody knows at that point in time and the impact that it's going to have in their plans to develop their venue. And so I would hope that we could come to that kind of a conclusion.
Karen, you wanted to say something?
I'm willing to let Travis go ahead. I think I have more of a summary.
The only other question, if it's administrative, can the staff, can the planning director say, you can't build this venue because you don't have an adequate parking plan? And what are the rules?
Right, then they would appeal.
What are the rules for that?
Yeah, then they would appeal.
Typically, an admin process like that would have an appeal to either planning commission or council.
Is there a framework of rules for establishing the parking requirements, or is it arbitrary to you or to someone on the staff? The issue is the same no matter who reviews and approves it, whether it comes to the city council or it's done administratively. It is the arbitrary nature of the idea that is the problem.
Sure. And we would typically develop a policy of what things we would look for in a plan and what things would count and not count and how many spaces we would generally want to see. But
I think at this point, what I hear is there's too many issues, challenges, and questions to take some sort of action on it. I think the action that probably should be taken today is to table it and answer a lot of the questions and determine whether it is possible, not possible, challenges that have come up. How do we address those challenges and make sure it is equitable? And leave it as a tabled item. I'll need somebody to
Make a motion, we table this.
Okay. With that, any further public comment?
We will also
Yeah,
need
we
action by
actually
the
need
planning
action by the
commission.
planning commission as
Okay.
well.
Well, that's the city councils, and then we have the planning commission.
Planning commission typically essentially goes first, so they can make a recommendation to council.
Yeah, we just tabled that. Erase that from the cameras. And Heidi, go ahead.
Well, I hope that if it is tabled and there is further discussion, there is plenty of information out for the public, those who own property in downtown, to be there at those meetings to voice their opinions.
Okay, thank you.
I will
Teresa.
make my comment if I could.
Go ahead.
So per Teresa's recent remark, I believe that legally we can't take action unless the Planning Commission has rendered what's termed a final report. So you do have a quorum. So regardless, you do have a quorum, but are you comfortable rendering any kind of final report without all your members present? And I would argue it's maybe time to wait.
Yeah, my issue with this is if we table it, I believe we have to specify when we're going to hear it again if it's tabled.
Correct.
Well,
As part of the Open Meetings Act. So
you either have to
we could
table
deny it, we could deny it and have it brought back before us, and then there is no time frame on it if that's.
Well, there's two options with tabling. One, you can table it to a date specific. If you don't do that and you just generally table it, then whenever it comes back, new notice would be required, is the only difference.
Well, because sorry, John, because of the unique nature of this situation and the joint meeting, it is our preference, Brandon and I, we had a quick conversation, that in order for it to be rescheduled, more action is taken by council, calling another joint meeting and providing what kind of notice has to happen in that case. So we wouldn't table it to a date specific, we would table it until council takes action to recall a second meeting. But I think going back to Karen's point, that the Planning Commission does need to take independent action prior to council voting.
Right, so so you're saying that on the Open Meetings Act, I can table it into the future without specifying when it's going to be heard again?
That's really not an Open Meetings Act requirement.
I think it's more for the zoning cases, so you don't have to send out additional notice because you've already noticed it, and then at the meeting, if you table it to a date certain, then that notice is still good.
Obviously, I have a problem with notice as it stands, so I would like for notice to go again, no matter when this comes up. So
In that case, you should just table.
I'm inclined to deny it and just have it brought before us again, but I'm gonna refer to my colleagues to make a motion.
So I guess I'll make some comments that just probably tag on to what has already been said somewhat, but I don't have so much of an issue with this case because it's basically a text amendment. It's not retroactive. However, I mean, whether it's allowable or illegal, I still don't think it's appropriate. This is something that we deal with every month on the Planning Commission. We have people come in, they're frustrated, they don't understand what's happening, they don't feel like they've been given adequate time to understand and ask the questions, especially in zoning cases. And it's something that we talked about at length last Monday, that we need to give a lot of consideration to the process of notification that we are currently using. And I feel like this meeting is actually 2 steps backward from that, giving less notification and eliminating the time frame between the Planning Commission meeting and the City Council meeting, where many times maybe they missed the Planning Commission meeting or didn't understand quite what was going to happen. We make a recommendation that goes to the City Council. They still have 2 weeks in most cases to come and make their case in front of City Council. So I know I'm beating a dead horse. I think it's been talked about quite a bit. I don't like the process. As far as this case goes, I'd make a motion to deny, but I'd like to hear what you guys think too.
I mean, I would easily second your denial.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to deny. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
So that's 4-1 from the Planning Commission.
Or 3-1. There's your fourth one?
Fourth, Sam.
Oh,
So
sorry.
4-1 to
Sam.
deny.
We'd see you over there.
And just to note, this may not be necessary, but since this does come as a denial recommendation, it would take a supermajority of the council to approve anything if you choose to take action.
But in normal, so if they've denied it, it still comes to city council. I want to make sure, step one, that everything that's been brought up from a legal notice perspective is legal. I don't want to get down the road and then have somebody tell us it was illegal, mishandled, not done legally,
Mayor,
complications.
it's really more than that. And I agree that it's important to know that it's legal, but the only notice that was sent out for this meeting was a little blurb in the classified ads of the newspaper. That's it. There were no signs put in the yard as a normal zoning case would require. What's the other measure? Mailing. The mailing of notices to property owners and everyone around them. None of that was done for this meeting. These items are minor relative to the business that we could hear in a meeting like this, and it's very dangerous, in my opinion, to hold meetings like this and hear zoning matters that impact our entire community, especially if the only notice is a little blurb in the newspaper that no one takes anymore.
Harry?
Just want to remind people that the city has a website. Public information is out there. This was published last Thursday, and so citizens have that opportunity, even if they don't take the newspaper. So maybe we need to look at not publishing it in the newspaper anymore because that's not a great venue.
I think
But
we're required.
This information is out there for the public every week.
Brian?
I want to also throw out there that
And you are who?
I'm Brian
And what do
Groves.
you
I'm
do?
the
What district
Brian
is
Groves.
it?
I'm the communications manager.
What district?
District 6. Thank you.
Joking.
And so, because of the city council meeting, this went out to every media partner that we have contact with. Was published to the website. Was published to all of our social media accounts. So it wasn't just the newspaper. It was everything else that we do with city council meetings.
Okay.
And if I could just piggyback onto that, if this had been done 6 months ago, this exact same notices that we did for this meeting would have been the notices that we did. For an ordinance amendment like this, we've never put signs in yards, we've never sent out mailed notices because it's never been required. So I understand, and Travis and I have had those conversations about how we can do more, and we're working on a plan to do more for notices for folks. But I just don't want anybody to leave this room thinking we've done less than we would have done for this ordinance amendment, because we've done the same as we would have done. Other than, and I understand the point about you don't have 2 meetings in 2 weeks to come back. That's a fair point.
Well, and that's why I initially said I'm not so concerned about item 4A. It's 4B, the zoning change that bothers me.
And we'll deal with that when we get there. But this is 4A. So the other issue is whether it is legally or what is required, it's what is right. And we want to make sure that what we do is right regardless of what is required. And I think we need to be sure that what we do is right for the citizens. And I also say the following: if in fact few people take home delivery on the newspaper, many people do the Standard Times online, and many people have switched from home delivery to that means of getting the local information. If in fact we feel like because of a lack of home delivery, which has happened in every community, what have other communities done to ensure that the citizens have been adequately notified? Because this lack of home delivery is not unique to San Angelo, Texas. And yet other people have to make sure that all the legal notices, and even if it's not legal, that the adequate notice has been put out there.
And just to reiterate, we're researching what other cities are doing, and we plan to bring back both to the Planning Commission and Council some ideas for how we do notice in the future.
And I don't know what the subscription level is for Go San Angelo. as well as San Angelo Live. I'm not sure San Angelo Live prints anything as it relates to notices for zoning / anything else. So that we might better understand what they can or cannot do, or will not do. All right, with that, go ahead.
Matthews, District 5. I do want to, I mean, what you're saying is absolutely right. It's about trying to notify in the best efforts that the city can bring the people together to make their decisions and provide their feedback. I'd agree to that. There's a couple of things that I think might open up the legal problems that have just been said so far. And this is one of the reasons why we need to have 2 meetings. So, because I'm over here thinking about all this stuff, and I only have 10 minutes to prepare what I'm going to say, but
3 minutes.
3
Or, yeah.
But there's a couple of things. I mean, there's 2 meetings, so we need to have 2 different places where people
Are
can.
your comments specific to the motion? Because they need to be specific to the motion on the table.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm going to come back up.
We'll have another item you can come talk to. So there is a motion. Travis, you go ahead and finish up what you need to do. It's been passed, so now it comes back to City Council, correct?
Yes, the Planning Commission has denied or recommended denial of the item, so now it's to the City Council. Again, it would require supermajority if you were to pass something.
So the motion should be that we deny this.
Deny it, it won't come back for, 6 months? Yes. So what we've done in the past, whenever Planning Commission wants to continue working on something and they deny it and it comes back to you, then you just direct Planning Commission to continue their work and you don't take action on it. And I think that's probably the best option here. If you take any action, you're stuck with it for 6 months, so.
All right, so we could take a motion, we can make a motion that says we want the Planning Commission to continue to work on this item and figure out if there is a better, more specific or non-specific or whatever attached to this concept, and involve Del Velasquez, who's in charge of downtown, and see if they can come up with, through John James' office, a better, more detailed plan of action. So that motion would be what?
So I'll second what you just said.
Well, we
I'll
don't-
second what
That's
you
a
just said.
second.
Do we have
Got
to
it.
even take a motion, Teresa? We just direct the
direction.
planning
You don't need
commission
planning
to,
commission,
we
you
don't,
need planning
One
just tell
person speak at a time.
Well, I think you at least need to come to some consensus that that's what everybody wants done, because there is still the opportunity to take formal motion and deny or approve it, but at least consensus gathering, I think, is appropriate.
So is that a motion, Tom?
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second whatever his motion was. Y'all keep working on it.
I'll finish it up.
Mayor, I want to zoom to 100,000 feet. And this, I guess, would be hopefully for the benefit of the Planning Commission. I'm sitting here listening to the discussion, and I think it would depend on the individual making the comment. But the question just keeps circling through my mind, talking about the parking, this specific issue. Do we have a problem today? Or are we anticipating a problem in the future that we need to deal with?
The issue is trying to be proactive, I believe.
Okay. And then, okay, if something is adopted, I don't care whether it's 200, 400, 800, what will change today or what will change in the future? I'm having I am thick-headed. I will be the first to admit that. I'm having a little trouble wrapping my brain around this whole thing. Do we really have a problem here? I don't want to be snarky. I really don't, but the question's going to sound snarky, so forgive me before I ever ask the question. But it's, is this a solution looking for a problem?
It's trying to find a solution for a potential problem down the road. And we might say, there isn't one, just let it go. But we're going to leave it in the hands of Del Velasquez, John James, and the Planning Commission to try to figure it out. Okay. We're not figuring it out today. We're just supporting the fact that we're not doing anything on it today. With that, we'll take a vote. All in favor of Tom Thompson's motion? No, he said, I make that motion, and Tommy seconded it.
Don't steal my thunder, Daniel, please. All in favor, let's vote.
All in favor of Tom Thompson's motion and Tommy's second, say aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone in denial? There is not. Planning Commission, Del Velasquez, you got a lot of work to do with John James and get something talked through. You might not have an issue, might not have a plan, might say it's going to take a while, but you got work to do. Thank you. Do we need to take a break, or you want to just keep on moving?
Go to the second one.
What did you say, Tommy?
I said, let's take a quick break, but that doesn't matter. We can keep going, whatever.
We got a lot of people in the audience
Okay.
for this part, so let's go ahead and
Keep going.
continue, because I think it's going to be a long one.
Okay.
Knowing that, everybody's going to be a long one, so do you want a break? Nope.
Just like a little bit more coffee if
Go
there's
get
some
it.
in the back.
Take 2 seconds, yeah, right back here. Come back here. Just go out that door, back there.
Take a left.
Take a left, Travis. Here, I'll hold the door for you.
Travis, there's a little cup where you put a quarter in it.
Have them anymore, they put buildings on them.
Weren't they building that one?
I'll leave you, Terry.
Even though I've asked.
Oh, is it squishy or?
ask that everyone please start being seated. Would everyone start to take their seat, please? It is 9:55. We are calling this, I guess we never adjourned officially, but we are back in session right now at 9:55, and we will move on to item B, discussion and possible action on an ordinance amending Chapter 12, Planning and Development, Exhibit A, Zoning Ordinance, Article 4, Specific Use Standards, Section 406, Bed and Breakfast Establishments and Short-Term Rentals regarding removal of the requirement that short-term rentals be separated by 500 feet except in RS zoning districts. And John, you're on.
Thank you. Again, John James, Director of Planning and Development Services. This item is, well, you may recall when we adopted the short-term rental ordinance, there was a concern of having too many short-term rentals close together in the neighborhoods. And so the ordinance we adopted required a separation of 500 feet between any two short-term rentals. What we didn't anticipate was how we should have written that is that applies within the neighborhoods, within single-family areas, which was what the concern was. But as we actually wrote the ordinance, it applied everywhere throughout the city. So even in districts like downtown or a commercial district, places that already allow hotels that could have 200 rooms, we wouldn't allow two short-term rentals next door to each other. And so we're trying to remedy that by rewording that provision in the ordinance. It's really just a change to one or two sentences that makes that 500-foot separation requirement only apply to RS zoning districts, which would be single-family and duplex-type districts.
So it's a very specific change to the existing ordinance. It does not change today what happens in a residential area.
That's correct. If you're in a single-family neighborhood, this is no change to the ordinance. It simply removes the restriction of a 500-foot separation in those other districts. So in apartment districts, downtown, commercial, industrial areas could all have short-term rentals within 500 feet of each other.
So if you're, let's say, on Knickerbocker, your business is, but within one house, you're in a residential area, what happens?
Let me confirm before I answer that, but
Because what we don't
Depends on the
want
zoning.
is the short-term rentals moving further and further into a residential area because we use the word commercial, and commercial on whether you're talking Knickerbocker, Bryant Boulevard, or Beauregard. There's that half of a block that could be 500 feet from commercial to residential, and I think that creates great concern.
yeah, I think the idea is if you're in a commercial area that would allow a whole wide range of uses like hotels, apartments, car washes, all kinds of those things, you could also have a short-term rental. So yes, you might have a short-term rental next door to a house that has single-family zoning next to that commercial, but the commercial area is already designated for higher intensity uses anyway.
That will create the biggest heartburn for people is when you start, because there are commercial areas really adjacent to residential areas, and I don't think people want their residential area impacted by short-term rentals because they're directly off of a already designated commercial.
And just to clarify, John, it is the underlying zoning that dictates these changes. So it would have to be commercially zoned to allow for a to remove this 500-foot requirement.
That's correct.
Residential zone lots are not affected by what the staff is proposing. So it is the zoning, if there's a commercially zoned lot in the middle of a neighborhood, that lot would not have this 500-foot provision within it, and you could put a short-term rental on it.
And that's the heartburn.
Yes.
We also have different areas of town that have homes built on general heavy commercial lots. And they are still homes, but that was zoned later on after the homes were built. So if this passes, then each one of those homes, one block in particular, there are about 6 homes, and they're building a quadplex soon. Every one of those could be a short-term rental. Is that correct?
Well, number one, that is correct. Number two, that could also be a hotel. It could also be a mechanic shop, an auto body shop, all kinds of things that I think staff believes would be much more obnoxious than a short-term rental. So that I guess our thinking was, if you can have an auto body shop, why not allow a short-term rental on that same property?
So RM zoned lots are affected by this removal of the 500-foot area. RS zone lots are not affected in your proposal. Is that correct?
That is correct, but I'll point out that the way the ordinance is written, you can't have a short-term rental on a lot that's within 500 feet of another lot with a short-term rental. So even under our current ordinance, 2 apartments in an apartment complex could be short-term rentals. That same 500-foot separation, it doesn't apply today, but that wouldn't change under this ordinance either.
Right. And are hotels currently in violation of our ordinance?
No, because hotels are defined differently than short-term rentals.
Okay. Thank you.
But again, we're basically saying any place you can have a hotel, you could have multiple short-term rentals, is kind of the underlying justification for
If
this.
I owned the lot behind the parking lot of a hotel, I could put up 8 townhouses and turn them into short-term rentals.
Well, no, actually, assuming it's townhouse zoning isn't one of the RS districts. So single-family, duplex, townhouses, patio homes, all of those are in one of the 3 RS districts that we have.
However, if you had them already built and it was zoned commercial, you could do that.
Okay, so I think we have a lot of people here today to speak towards this item. And before we have further discussion up here, I'm going to have the public come up and comment, and then Planning Commission, City Council can talk through some of the issues that were brought up to make sure everyone's clear about what's happening here. So anyone in the audience today who would like to come forward and talk on this item, please come forward.
I'm Diane Bays, 3544 Blackbuck Trail. I'm also the Vice President of the Destination Marketing Organization that is fully funded by hotel tax dollars. So I would ask that if indeed you are going to allow short-term rentals to be in effect in our community in this way, we have 6 what you would consider short-term rentals on our website currently who have visitors pay hotel tax dollars locally. The other 40 plus that are also part of our community already, according to a report I received from about Airbnbs and short-term rentals, do not. So if you are going to zone these areas, I would ask that we have city staff reach out to those organizations to ask them to have visitors pay that hot tax dollar, because otherwise those buildings or those short-term rentals are getting that benefit of our marketing and are not paying towards it.
I think the city at one last 2 meetings or so ago, we said we were doing a review of all of those, right? So Tina, you want to come talk to that? Because I think we created an assessment or an evaluation or a review of all of that so that everyone who does do short-term rentals or Airbnb would have to be paying into the hotel motel tax.
That's correct, Mayor. Tina Deersky, Director of Finance. We are currently in the middle of a hotel tax audit, auditing a sample of hotels in San Angelo. We did include some STRs with that audit. We are further going out for an additional audit just of STRs. We'll be bringing that contract back to you soon to City Council for approval.
I think we need to better define short-term rental versus Airbnb, because at the time this short-term rental ordinance became an ordinance, we didn't have so much Airbnb business, and today a lot of people are doing Airbnb and they're not short-term rentals. So we need to clarify all of that.
Well, our ordinance does have a definition of both B&B, and we have very few bed and breakfast. They're all short-term rentals, and basically it's any home that you rent for a period of less than 30 days is a short-term rental.
I'm sorry, we're talking there's a lot of confusion here. So Airbnb and short-term rental, in my mind, are the same.
Yes, under our ordinance.
Be clear.
A bed and breakfast is not the same.
That's correct.
Okay.
Just to be clear, because there are a lot of people here listening and here for a reason.
Heidi Brooks, SMD 5 again. And to be clear, total transparency, my husband and I have properties in downtown, including downtown, and we discussed them this morning, had either one of us received any kind of notice regarding this? Was there a notice sent out?
There was not.
Okay.
We often, in a case like this, when we're expanding what's allowed, rather than restricting it, there's generally less of a concern about those kinds of issues.
What is the legal expectation
and
for
again,
notification?
Again, as I said in the previous item, had this been done 6 months ago or a year ago, we would have done the exact same notice as we did today. We have never sent notices out about ordinance amendments that apply to large, if we're changing the rules in a whole zoning district, we've never sent a letter to every person in that zoning district.
Okay, so my point isn't what happened 6 months ago. I'm hoping that, and I go to a lot of these meetings, I sat on planning and zoning. I talk to my SMD representative on a regular basis. The point is, and I think a lot of us feel this way, we keep getting left out, and by the time we are aware of this, it's too late for us to do our legal work, to hire attorneys or whatever it takes to know that we're in the right of this. I sat at a planning and zoning meeting not long ago where the whole Ratliff area neighborhood had no clue as to what was going on because of the direction that things happen. There isn't enough time to know what's happening and to do anything about it. The idea of posting things in the classified area, it should really be posted on the front page of the newspaper, although that doesn't even get read anymore. I don't know what the answer is, but we have a lot of people that don't go online, go access the computer and even know how to manage the computer when they get to that page to find what meeting is happening, when it's happening, and what is taking place. I'm just asking for more transparency in these kind of things.
Yeah, and John, I do have, I want a clarification. In the past, I believe the Planning Commission has heard matters like this as it relates to changes in zoning, and then that recommendation goes to the City Council for 2 readings. Is that correct?
That's correct. And now, as I mentioned earlier, in this case, that is exactly what happened because you all, as the Planning Commission, heard this item on May 16th and made a recommendation for approval. Now, it was combined with another item, which was the more controversial of the two, which you may recall. But this did get a recommendation of approval. You tabled one and approved this one.
Okay, so just to finish, I'm sorry,
Sure,
just to finish my thought. So in the prior process, Planning Commission meeting, 2 weeks, City Council, second reading, City Council. Now, this is the first time in my life that I've heard of a joint meeting between the Planning Commission and City Council. There may be folks in the room that have seen this done before, but not in my lifetime. So now it is once in this meeting of both boards, and then a second reading at city council, and it's done. So we've, as Luke alluded to earlier, we've reduced the notice and time frame window that people have to object or express concerns about changes that we're making to the zoning. This speaks to the problem that we've got, guys. We're going in the wrong direction with meetings like this if we don't give the public the opportunity to have input and involvement. And this meeting does that by taking away 2 weeks of what would otherwise be time for people to rally troops and show up to a city council meeting.
And I'll address that briefly. We've talked with, and hopefully legal will confirm this, we've talked about even though this court case has basically told us we have to have these joint meetings in certain circumstances, there's
What
nothing
case was that about? You're saying that, but tell us what that background is.
City of Austin made some significant changes to their zoning ordinance. There was a citizen group that sued them, basically saying you should have sent out notice because the state statute requires notice. The city said, no, that's only required when you're rezoning property, not when you're changing the text of an ordinance. And basically the court said, no, if you're changing the text of an ordinance in a way that affects individual properties, then you have to send those notices. Yet there's a separate provision in the statute and in our code that says in order to not have to send those notices, in this case to 2,000 or 10,000 homes, you can have a joint meeting of the Planning Commission and City Council, and that way you don't have to send those individual notices. But our plan moving forward for these, even if we have to have these joint meetings, is to still take the item to Planning Commission first, have you all discuss it at a Planning Commission. We'll still have to come to a joint meeting of City Council and Planning Commission, but we won't eliminate that first step of the Planning Commission
So did
moving
this
forward.
all go to the Planning Commission first?
This one did. The first one didn't, but in the future, we'll take everything to the Planning Commission first, and then only then would we take it to a joint meeting of City Council and Planning Commission to avoid that concern that Travis just raised.
Going back to what Travis said, and I'm sure we all kind of feel this way.
Talking to the microphone, if you would, please.
I feel like every planning meeting that we have, we go back and we discuss notifications. And even though this may seem like a small text amendment in the grand scheme of things on your side, to the citizens, the taxpayers, to them, this isn't a small deal, and it's lack of transparency by the city, which I don't agree with at all. And I'm sure that I've got common consensus.
I guess I don't want to be argumentative, but I want to push back on that concern a little bit, and Brian mentioned it. I would be happy, anybody in this room, and the citizens included, that have ideas, please let us know, because we put it in the newspaper as required by law. It goes to all our media partners. We can't put things on the front page of the paper, but we can sure send it to them. We can't put it on the nightly news, but we send it to them. We put it on our website. It goes out on Facebook, and I don't even know what else, Instagram, all the other things that we have. We're doing everything we know of to do, and if you all have thoughts and we're looking for ideas on how else we can get the word out, I would say on the case that Travis mentioned earlier, the gentleman who was concerned we were zoning his property without him getting notice, he was at the meeting. He saw the sign we put in the yard. So that's one type of notice we didn't mention, but we put signs out on properties. And so he was aware of it. He was at the meeting and was able to put his words before the commission to help them make a decision. So
The problem with that specific person and that specific
Mayor,
case.
We're kind of getting away from what the actual item is, and I understand your comments are important, and y'all could talk about that, but we are kind of getting off agenda, going too much into detail about notice on other cases. But this problem is going to get worse instead of better as long as that case is out there and still standing. My office talked to Austin. They have
Doesn't have to.
Well, we need to, unless we make different decisions. Whenever we send that resolution to council to call these meetings, that's the point where notice needs to get addressed. And the last meeting I think that we had joint between these two bodies was in March of 2020. So they're not familiar, they're not common. We don't want them to be common, but they're not unheard of either. This has happened 3 or 4 times since I've been here since, I don't even know how long, 7 years. So they're not uncommon meetings. They do happen, last time in 2020. But because of this case, they're going to become more frequent. So John's plea for input
Did
into
you say
how
March of 2020?
Yeah, I think it was March 3rd.
I don't think, since I've been mayor, which is 2017, that I have attended a joint meeting. That's what my
That was right
recollection
before
is.
COVID. I don't recall that meeting.
We were upstairs.
It was upstairs.
We
We're
were
upstairs.
And it was in my
Yeah.
district when
Yeah.
they rezoned and we overturned something that they brought. We did have that.
So in any case,
My memory's not
I
good.
think that the conversation about what kind of notice is appropriate is a very important one. It's something we talk about. We put things on the agenda. We have these grand plans to inform the public, and nobody comes. If anybody has ideas, I think that's very valid. But what the law requires, one, is that publication in the paper. That problem's going to get worse and not better, because the timeline for us, when we give something to the paper to publish it, is no longer 2 days. It's up to a week now. So that's going to extend a lot of these cases when, developers and people are pushing us. This is a very important conversation, but I'd kind of like to get back to what is on the agenda regarding the STRs as much as
The
possible.
only point I want to make, Teresa, is that you're right. We have to follow the minimum guidelines that the state outlines as a community. That doesn't mean that that's all that we have to do.
That's exactly
And
what
we
I
need to
said.
do more, is the argument that I think everyone on the Planning Commission would make based on the input and interaction that we're having with the citizens of our community over zoning cases.
Staff agrees.
I think everybody wants the most transparency possible, and we want to make sure, from a legal perspective, we have done the correct thing. And what's up, Dale?
Just an anecdotal story. I was talking to an individual not too long ago that's lived all their life in San Angelo. I think they've left San Angelo one time to go to Rowena. And we were talking, and I said, yeah, you ought to go to ML And he went, ML Where's that? And I said, downtown. He said, you're kidding. And I said, no, it's been here for about 15, 20 years and started a long time ago. He goes, I didn't know ML was downtown. So, folks, to the point that we're trying to make sure that a lot of people know what's going on, the individual needs to find out what's going on. I think the city does a great job of notifying people about what's going on, and there's just some people that are not going to pay attention. Sorry.
To that point, I have, Ms. Hattie's has been in business since late 1997, and I still have people walk in the door and say, how long have you been here? I've never been here, and they live in the city. So I'm not sure what the plan would be to make sure everybody reads everything and is notified of everything, but today we need to make sure that 2 things. What we're doing is legal. There are no issues from a legal perspective of this proceeding. And if there isn't, then we need to continue with the business at hand.
Spencer Matthews, District 5, and to that point, I think there are some troubling things that are being brought up, which I'm going to state as a way to say that I think somebody should motion just to deny this or to cancel this meeting at this point and save us a lot of time, because there's some things like the 10,000 notices going out, and you said that that does not need to happen because something comes back that might delay the process or offset the process. Well, that's the point. We need to delay the process if something comes back because people are trying to have their opinions heard. And so if that were to be brought up in a legal sense, best efforts will be brought up in a court case, and that's not best efforts if it's the precedent before and then all of a sudden different. That's not best efforts. And then there's several other things, like the notice going out in the paper before the city council voted on it. That could be a violation of the Open Meetings Act because you're saying that you understood that the vote would happen and you published something before that vote actually happened, that the meeting would happen. And so
Meeting notice is to discuss what is going to be discussed. It's not a meeting that says this is how it was voted on. It is notification of a future meeting and the discussion of what that meeting will be.
Right, but the city council had to vote for this meeting to happen before, after the fact. The notice went out to notice everybody that the meeting was going to happen. See what I mean? That the meeting was
The point
actually
he's
voted
making
on.
is that the resolution that the city council adopted to have this meeting was made after the notice was put in the paper that the meeting was going to occur.
Are we legal?
I think technically we're legal, but doing it that way is not best practice. It's not making me really comfortable, and I think it is open to challenge to do that. So I think there's going to be other issues, but on notice, you're always open to challenge. I mean, that's the thing. You'll ask me, will we be sued over this? You can be sued over notice issues all day long. It's whether or not we can defend it. Is it defensible? Probably. Is it going to be an issue in the future? Maybe, depending on how this turns out. There seems to be a number of concerns about lots of things about this particular meeting. From the fact that there's not a separation between Planning Commission on this item, there was discussion at Planning Commission to when you guys are hearing it for the first time. Again, in the future, that's going to be more common because when we have these big plan amendments that require 10,000 notices, I just don't think there's any way we can do that because, again, as he said, that if one of those people in that 10,000 did not get their notice, they would have a valid complaint to invalidate the action you take. And so it's just such a big risk that doing these joint meetings is the more legally defensible way to do that. But I think they have a valid concern about the way notice was. Is it lawful? A court will decide that. But I think there's a number of issues on this item. I would recommend you continue discussing this item, and again, like the last one, see how you feel at the end of the discussion. But
Best efforts we brought up in those kind of cases. You have to make best efforts, and that's what will be discussed from an attorney's perspective. And if you didn't send out notice in a mailing because you're afraid of having a negative objection coming back, best efforts weren't made.
the statute
Thank you very
specifically
much.
allows us to not do that kind of notice. That's the whole point of.
What we're going to do today is all the people in the audience who would like to speak to this subject are going to be allowed to speak to this subject. It will give direction and a thought process to this amendment to the ordinance. I don't want people to have come here and wasted their time. I want to hear from them, and we'll make a decision about what to do about it after we hear from everybody.
Okay, and speaking to this subject, it is my understanding that there was communication about this in the downtown area, but there was not communication about this in the entire city of San Angelo. Is that correct?
That was my understanding, and the email that we received, all of us on the Planning Commission received from John on June 30th, specified that the short-term rental was in downtown only. John has since indicated that at a Planning Commission meeting at some point in the past, we voted in favor of what's being proposed now. It was not to my, I don't recall that. I don't.
We have
I don't have any
minutes from that
memory of
meeting.
that. I remember talking about having it downtown. I don't remember it citywide.
And we have minutes
that-
from that meeting that
Yes, I
indicate
can-
it was done.
I have verified and went back to the documents from that meeting. What they voted on was exactly what's before you today. It wasn't just limited to downtown. I think part of the confusion may be that at the meeting, downtown was the largest part of that discussion because there are currently short-term rentals proposed for downtown that this amendment was trying to address. And so the discussion at the Planning Commission was largely about downtown, but the ordinance amendment that they voted on was larger than just downtown.
So it included the entire city?
With the exception of RS zoning, yes.
I guess I'm confused then. If we've already discussed this and taken action on it, why are we doing it again?
It's back to that issue of we had two choices under state law. We could do a joint meeting, or we could send out 10,000 notices and spend $5,000 to $8,000 doing that of taxpayer money to send out letters to.
Was the action that we took previously invalid? Is that the problem?
No, that action wasn't invalid, but in order to not have to send 10,000 letters out to all of those property owners, the alternative under state law is to hold a joint meeting of Planning Commission and City Council.
So because we're in the same situation, I'm asking that this be tabled for further discussion because there are too many people here now and those who couldn't make it today that that are very confused about what was discussed being the entire city, this affecting the entire city. So my point would be to table this discussion so we can have further communication with planning and zoning. The information can get out. I know Karen has a new website for single-member District 5. We can get it out in our area. Those of us who have businesses downtown can get it out in that area. I think I'm probably speaking for a lot of people that would like to see this tabled rather than this conversation continue going nowhere.
And we can do that, but there are a lot of people in the audience, and I want to give them an opportunity to come forward and
Absolutely.
speak. It can be denied, it can be delayed, it can be all those things. But for people who showed up today and want to add commentary to this conversation, I want them to have that opportunity.
Agreed.
Jamal Shumpert, single member District 2. When I was researching it, the GIS map wasn't working, so I couldn't see how big of an impact this legislation would have. So I think we should table it just so we can actually see where the zoning impacts will be. Because the GIS map did not work.
Anyone else who would like to add comment today? Seeing no one else coming forward, then we will put it in the hands of the Planning Commission to deny, to do whatever you choose to make the motion on. Harry, yes.
If they've already approved this once on the June 16th meeting, shouldn't it come before the council now and let us go ahead and vote on it?
I think generally the answer would be no, but since we've noticed it as a public hearing of both bodies to hear this item, I think it's a do-over on hearing it. So I think that them taking action on it, or if council would prefer, I mean, it's kind of up to you. But based on the amount of concerns we've heard about notice, I think the prudent thing to do is to allow them to take action and see if they want to change their vote from last time or do something different from last time. But from what I'm understanding, both from Brandon and from John, is this is exactly the same item that they did approve at a prior meeting.
Travis, do you want to take a different action on it? Because it's in your hands first if you do.
What was the vote?
Actually, I would have to, we normally include that in our presentation to the city council on this item. We did not, probably because you were revoting, so we didn't include the prior.
Can't we go back to the June 16th meeting, Planning Commission, and pull up the notes from that meeting? It's online, right? So we could do that. We'll give you time.
I'm still confused why we're revoting.
We've never voted.
Right, but
but
we have apparently.
The question is you have the opportunity to change your vote if you choose to before it comes this way, from what I understand. If you don't have an opportunity to change your vote, then it would just come to us for voting. So that's what's on the table.
It really is because of that notice issue and an abundance of caution to make sure that we're complying with that new case law and all the notices that are required, or the kind of notice that's required under it.
Those minutes had not been completed, and so we can call staff to ask, they can look up what that vote was, but those minutes have not been approved yet, and so are not on the website as of
Wait a minute,
yet.
this is June, whatever today, I mean July, whatever today is, the 25th, 26th, and the minutes from June 16th haven't been completed? That doesn't sound right.
That's correct.
I know if I take notes from a month and a half ago, by the time I get ready to rewrite whatever I'm going to write, I forget half the stuff that was said. Do we go back and listen to the video? How do we ensure that minutes from a month and a half ago are what are put
do.
into those minutes.
They do take notes during the meeting, but then they go back and listen to the meeting again as they're typing up the actual minutes from the meeting.
All right, so do you want to wait till staff comes up with what that vote is, or?
Yeah, it was not in our staff report. As Julia just pointed out, I did include it on the PowerPoint, which is right in front of us. So it was a 6-0 vote on May 16th.
There you go.
There you go, everyone wanted to do this.
Okay.
So with that, then it comes to city council because, right? Because it was a 6-0 vote, or?
Unless someone wants to make a motion to either adopt what we've already voted on or change it.
See, no one do either. What do we do? There's no one on the planning commission who has said that they're willing to ask for a revote on that issue. So then I'm assuming that means the planning commission says 6-0, they approve.
I would still recommend that you do what you did on the last item, have John go back to them, represent it, and come back with the different notification requirements since there's such a notice problem on this issue. Whether it's perceived or accurate, there's an issue with notice, and I think that that is the most prudent course of action.
It's Travis representing the planning commission. Would that work?
Yeah, so do we need to make a motion to table it?
No, I think that council can just direct it to go back to you.
Okay,
Do
perfect.
we need to make a motion as council?
Yes.
Do I have a motion to ask that this item be brought back to the planning commission for reconsideration? And is there a motion for that?
So moved.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. Is there public comment on the motion to send it back to the planning commission for consideration? Seeing none, we will take a vote. All of those in favor of doing so, say aye.
Aye.
It's back in your hands. With that, the last item on this agenda is follow-up and administrative issues, announcements, and consideration of future agenda items. Obviously, this will come back at some point. Both items will come back at some point for consideration and further discussion.
Yeah, I do want to add one thing. We had a woman come up and talk about short-term rentals. So there is an approval process with the Planning Commission for allowing short-term rentals anywhere within our community. And as was noted, it appears that we have a number of people that are operating short-term rentals that have not applied and that are not paying the hotel occupancy tax. I know that there are resources available online, Airbnb being one of them, VRBO, these websites that people are using to advertise these short-term rentals. Why can't our code compliance folks come in and ask those people to go through the formal process, make sure that they're documented and paying the taxes that they should be paying for the use of those facilities?
Tina, you want to come forward again and explain what we are doing?
And while she's coming up, I'll note that we have done that some in the past. One of the problems is those websites don't typically give addresses. They give a general location. Until you make a reservation, that's when they give you the actual address. So that makes the enforcement a little more difficult.
John, to get
Just a minute. I've asked Tina to come forward and speak. When she's finished speaking, then we can ask questions.
Yes, ma'am. Tina Deersky, Director of Finance again. We are currently undergoing a hotel tax audit where we have selected a sample of hotels and STRs that we are reviewing to make sure that they're in compliance and also to educate them on what the rules are and where they should be remitting hotel tax. In addition, we are bringing back a contract to council specifically related to STRs so that we can review a broader sample.
Right. Go ahead.
And just to clarify, it's not a sample. It's let's find all the short-term rentals that are out there and bring them into compliance. We don't need a test or a little bit. We need all of it.
Right. And I've got 2 points on that. So
When we bring that contract back for city council approval, you can discuss that and give us some direction on how many you'd like to approve. Of course, the cost goes up per unit that they look at. And so what we've typically done in the past is there's a 4-year statute of limitations on that hotel tax remittance. So every 4 years, we try to select a good, maybe 50% of those that are in existence and review those. and keep that rotation cycle going.
As the question as it relates to code compliance, I don't know who's here to talk about code compliance, but I'm assuming that if I lived next to someone who was conducting a short-term rental, I would be pretty sure I knew that was a short-term rental or an Airbnb property. So those next-door neighbors can also report that to code compliance. Is that happening?
Mayor,
Yes, Tommy.
I can assure you that is happening. I had one situation that Daniel and I had to work on quite extensively for quite a long period of time, but the neighbors will let you know.
And that goes back to generally code enforcement is complaint-based, and so we do follow up, as Tommy mentioned, on those that are complained about. At least from our department, we don't currently go out looking for those, as Travis is suggesting. I know there are firms that do that. I get an email once a week from a firm that says they will do that for you, that enforcement, and they just take a part of the hotel tax that you end up collecting. But it's probably something like Tina's talking about. But right now, it's largely complaint-based, and neighbors do complain, and we have a number of those cases.
So part of the approval process,
Can you-
John.
yeah,
and,
thank you.
Is it not that when they come back for their renewal and we make sure they're in good standing, that there aren't any violations from the police department or anything like that? Is the hotel tax not part of that?
Well, it is, but I think Travis's concern is the ones that are coming forward and getting approval through our process, they're doing everything right. They're paying their taxes, they're getting the conditional use approval. It's the ones that don't even come to us that are the ones that are the problem.
But then maybe I misunderstood that. The lady that came up and spoke about it, she said there were 6 Airbnbs on the website. Is that on the chamber website? Okay.
That is correct. And we pay for research through AirDNA that gives us all the addresses and all of the information on every one of those who are charging to have people stay.
Would you be willing to share that with the city?
Absolutely.
Oh,
But you don't have those that are not on your list.
The AirDNA research comes from VRBO and Airbnb. So that does include anybody who's on those advertising lists.
Well, Tina and code enforcement, you just got your
Yeah, please send that.
information.
I have shared that list with Tina.
Okay, so Tina has
Thank
it.
you.
So it's not just a sampling, it's everybody at this point who is listed on Airbnb that we know of, but not everybody's on
Well,
Airbnb.
and just to clarify, it's not just paying the hotel occupancy tax, which obviously is income that the city deserves for the use that they have. It's also documenting where these are within our community. We have a 500-foot requirement that you can't have another one within 500 feet. So there may be violations of that requirement within our code that we're not aware of because they haven't gone through the process.
Well, the other question mark, just one second, Diane. The other question mark is if I have a rental and I am renting it out for 30 days at a time, and next month I lease to somebody else, what does that qualify as?
If it's a long-term rental, if it's over 30 days, they would not have to pay that tax according to the state law. But I would.
Includes hotels.
Yes.
But I would, yes, it includes hotels. And I would also want to express that just like hotels, the dollars that are paid through the hot tax to the city are paid by visitors and not, it's a designated tax.
Yes.
So it's not their money, it's a pass-through, much like a sales tax.
It's added to the cost of that rental, just like the cleaning fee that most people charge.
Yeah, and, all right. What else?
Just adjournment. The planning commission would adjourn first, and then city council for this particular meeting.
Okay, take a motion.
To adjourn. Second.
We have a motion and a second to adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 5-0.
With that, may I have a motion to adjourn the city council meeting on this joint agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Tommy, seconded by Lucy. Any public comment concerning this item? Seeing none, we will adjourn, and we will take a 10-minute break. 7:56 on July the 26th, and we will call this budget workshop to order. We will start with the opportunity for public comment. Issues or concerns not on the agenda may be raised by the public at this time. Citizens should speak from the podium, address all comments to the dais, begin by stating their name and address or single-member district number, and limit their remarks to less than 3 minutes. Is there anyone in the audience today who would like to come forward and make public comment?
Good morning, Diane Bays. I recognize that my agenda item is on the agenda, but I am unsure whether I will be called to be able to talk about my budget. So I'm asking that permission
Yes,
now.
everyone will be able
Thank you.
to, if they choose. With that, or any other public comment? Seeing none, we will move into the workshop itinerary. A is discussion of matters regarding the fiscal year 2022 and 2023 budget preparation, including but not limited to 1, other enterprise funds, revenue and expenditures, and presentation will be made by Finance Director Tina Darsky.
Thank you, Mayor. Tina Darsky, Director of Finance. Today we'll be going over our other major operating funds, which include all of Public Works, the Development Corporation, the Hotel Tax Fund, the Airport, and Civic Events. We are projecting hotel tax revenue this year flat with what we are currently projecting for FY22 at over $2.6 million. And the way that is proposed to be allocated for this next fiscal year is shown on this next slide. $50,000 to the sports complex, just over $1 million to Civic Events, $50,000 to Fort Concho, the Museum of Fine Arts, $37,500 to downtown San Angelo, $75,000 to the Cultural Affairs Council, $890,000 to the Destination Marketing Organization, and $50,000 to the Performing Arts Center. That $890,000 is 3 months at the current contract rate, and proposed at $865 for the fiscal year 2023 budget. So their fiscal year is on a calendar year, so the timing makes the actual budgeted portion a little different from what the contract would state.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you push that back? I just wanted to ask, on the $965,000 for the Destination Marketing Organization, what is that exactly?
That is what was formerly known as the CVB, the Convention and Visitors Bureau, under the Chamber of Commerce. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am, that's what that is. It is fully supported by hot tax dollars.
All right, what I want to do is start with all of the individuals here who are part of the smaller dollar amounts and let them come forward and speak to the projected dollar amount. So we'll start with Carl White, if you want to come forward and talk about the $50,000 for the Texas Bank Sports Complex.
Yes, this $50,000 is part of the revenue, the overall revenue that the sports complex gets for operations in all the tournaments. A bigger portion comes from the general fund. This is like a supplementary fund.
So those funds are used for what specifically?
It goes all into the revenue that's used for operations.
You don't have it designated as this goes to water, this goes to whatever.
No.
Operations, including the recruiting that happens for tournaments and so forth. So that overall budget.
Okay. Questions for Carl? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next one, Civic Events. Oh, wait.
Also
no,
Carl.
sorry, Fort Concho. Is anyone from Fort Concho here? I think that's you, Carl.
It's the same situation for Fort Concho. It's part of the revenue sources that go into operations for the fort.
Okay. And we have Downtown San Angelo, Inc. Is Dell still here? No, and not at the moment. Then we go into San Angelo Cultural Affairs Council. Jamie, I think you're here.
Jamie Highsmith, Executive Director of the Cultural Affairs Council. We are pleased to receive the allotment that we get from the city, and all of that money goes to our sub-grant program, where any arts organization or arts project can apply to us for funding, and that's reviewed by our board, and that entire amount, $75,000, is then distributed to those entities who are selected. We've not turned anybody away that's applied in the time that I've been executive director. Any questions?
And you've had some new ones apply.
Yes, we have had.
Great.
I just had a question, Mayor.
Yes, go
I
ahead,
just want
Lisa.
to know, what kind of entities are we talking about? Who have you approved?
We have core grants, and we also have project grants. Our core grant recipients have been the Symphony, San Angelo Ballet San Angelo, Civic Theater, and San Angelo Broadway Academy. Before the museum had its own category, the museum was part of our core grant process. And then art project grants. The San Angelo State Supported Living Center has an art program for residents, and they create art and take it on display to various locations. They've received a project grant. We have also Fort Concho, the Christmas music that is of the era has received a project grant. These are certainly smaller grants than our core grants, and we did give away 9 of those last year, along with four core grants, 9 project grants. And I think we have some detail that will be presented in writing about that.
Yes, ma'am. I was going to mention that, Mayor. Jamie has already sent me all of the information on where they submitted those funds and who was granted. That will be coming to City Council within the next week or so.
But I think most of those people, or I know I have received letters from those organizations thanking for the support of City Council for
Yes,
those
ma'am.
dollars. So they've been very good at writing the letters and thanking the City Council for allowing you all to have the money to give in grants.
We appreciate the opportunity to do that.
Keep it up.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
Jamie mentioned the museum. We did skip over that on the list if you want to.
I'll do it next.
Okay.
I promised Howard I would because he has someplace to go. And so thank you, Jamie.
Thank you.
Howard, you're up. You've never been.
Mayor, we have a parking problem.
You don't know how, Howard. Come on.
My words are so heavy, it just seems like I'm talking a long time. Actually, I am. Very briefly, there are about 20,000 art museums in the world. This is a book that you can be purchased anywhere in the world, and it features 50 of the best museums in the world. And I want you to see that San Angelo is the center spread. And the relevance of that to the HUD funding is that alone helps drive visitation to the museum from around the world. I had a very curious visit not too long ago from the Finnish ambassador to the Republic of China, who took a vacation from China and came to San Angelo to see the museum. I think, Mayor, you know that right now we have an exhibition in Washington, D.C., in the residence of the European ambassador to the United States, and 25 of the ambassadors from around the world see that exhibit routinely. And we see people coming because of that. The HUD funding, one of the critical things is to help drive heads and beds. And since I'm with an art museum, I believe in tangible objects that you can see and, well, not touch, but you can see them. And so I brought some of the publications that we run advertising in, full-page ads. I won't open them all up. You can see.
Speaking of the ceramics, how was the most current ceramic exhibit?
It was wonderful. We have 120 artists from, I think it's 38 states on exhibition, plus Canada. At the opening, our opening was down a little from pre-COVID, but at that opening, we had over 500 people, and that's astonishing. And by the way, our attendance this past year is hitting about 65,000. Pre-COVID, it was 85,000, and we're heading back up happily, but that's a lot of folks, believe me. And then plein air, I think people have really come to know what that is, and already this plein air competition is considered about the 3rd largest in America, and there are over 200. The two that are bigger than us, and this is the unbelievable fact, are in metropolitan areas of about 100 miles around of over 50 million people. One is in Southern California and the other on the East Coast. And in our region, 200 miles, there's about 200,000 people. So it's really remarkable that it's that successful in that short period. Well, you get the idea, I hope. The one thing that you're probably not picking up on, and this one, hey, I'll just bring to the podium and just let you guys circulate it, look at it, keep it. But we do very extensive marketing and advertising. It costs more than the cost of the hot funding that we receive, and it's done nationally in these important publications. And it really does. We have a pretty, I think, effective method of estimating room nights, and it's over 2,000 a year. And it's a very complicated formula about how we determine that, but we collect zip codes from our attendees. We have a lot of large public events, and so there we can only do estimates, but we sort of try to underestimate what the impact of that would be because we drive attendance through this kind of marketing. And so if I may, I'll just bring this up to the podium. And there's a full-page ad in here by the museum, but also there is about a 5-page section about all of San Angelo and the cultural attractions of the community. And so not only when we run these ads, and it costs a lot of money, we really make an effort to encourage the publications to take a look at the broader community.
How many people come to the museum on an annual basis?
This past year, we're hitting about 65,000. Pre-COVID, it was 85,000. But it's going back up very rapidly. We still are hesitating to do certain large public events. Our Saturday family days, which draw often as many as 1,000 people, we're not going back to those live. One little thing I will say, because I think we know that the hot funding is about heads and beds, but there's also an element of community service. We are open to the community for public visitation 6 days a week. And we're working and operating 7 days a week with programs. We do, we're also a performing arts center. You may not think of us that way, but we do chamber music concerts, big band dances that are very popular here in the community. We allow over 100 groups each year to meet at the museum free of charge. And in fact, even City Council has met there on a couple of occasions in the past. And you're always welcome at the museum if there's a need. So that's a really important part, but the one little thing I want to point out that we have done related to COVID is because the very intensive interactive children's programming, we have created a program now of take-home packets for families, and they're very family-oriented, and they're expensive, very expensive, because they have real art materials in them, instructions, lessons, and we hand them out free. And it cost us an average of about $7 per packet, and we've handed out over 15,000 of those already.
How's that paid for?
Well, not through this funding, because that goes pretty much devoted to this, but we get very extensive grants. And one thing, kind of a point of pride, but if you look at the Texas Commission on the Arts, which gives to arts organizations across the state, in our region, 4 other art museums combined received less than half of the funding that the museum in San Angelo did. And that's not because they're just handing that money out. We work very, very hard and present the programs that we do, the quality of the programs, and that's what results in that money coming into the community. Our budget now is over $2 million, and more than $1 million comes from outside of San Angelo into the economy, primarily through grants that we receive. So we're, as a matter of fact, as soon as I'm out of here, I'm back to working on a grant today, and you know, it's just a part of our lifestyle there. But very
Everyone
important.
has heard the rumor about you leaving and no longer function in the same role that you're in today. You want to talk about that today?
Oh, it'll be a big celebration, yes, when I leave. You're all invited. Well, yes, I've been here 38 years. I arrived in 1984. I had my first air travel experience to San Angelo, and I was a day and a half late, and I arrived at 2 a.m. Flying here was a little different back then. You know, you didn't actually land, you used to parachute, but I made it into San Angelo, and I'm not going to leave exactly, but my successor has been hired. I probably shouldn't be announcing it, but I will. His name is Alex Freeman. He's currently the director of the Texas Association of Museums. Very brilliant young guy. I'm very excited that he's coming here. He'll be on the scene in September. He'll be taking over officially in January, and then I'm going to continue in a role of fundraising for the museum for at least the next year, because we have a lot of very important capital projects and some that we're actually collaborating on with the city. For example, at the state office building, we're working on a very substantial state-of-the-art collections facility that we're going to share with Fort Concho, and the fort won't have to raise a penny of that money because we're working on doing that to build out that facility. It's going to be a very expensive project, but we're well into it. So yes, I'll still be around. My heart is very much here in San Angelo. When I came here 38 years ago as a Yankee, they thought, well, he won't be around long, and I discovered you can't get out of here. You know, there's no way. I looked, you know, and at least on my map. So very devoted to this great, wonderful community, and will continue as much as possible in the future. So,
Questions for Howard?
thank you one and all, and for all that you do for our community. I'll share this with you.
Thank you. San Angelo Performing Arts Center.
Good morning, I'm Yuki Kuniyuki, the Executive Director for SAPAC, and it's really, we benefit greatly from having the hotel occupancy tax. Last season, which goes from July to June, we had 80 shows in our performing arts venues, which is tremendous when you consider coming out of the pandemic. The years prior, we had averaged about 65, and we've made a concerted effort to reach a broader audience in the past season and going into our new season, to extend, you know, north to Abilene, west to Ozona, Sonora, and even down to San Antonio, because we realize a lot of the shows that we do offer here are only accessible in San Angelo for those communities. And so we've done a lot of promotion outside of San Angelo to help bring in heads to beds and attract a lot more people to our great city. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
I just want to make one comment. I know that you report to us every year of the finances for SAPAC, and I want to congratulate you on this most recent one that you provided us, because there's black ink at the bottom of the page, and I know that took a lot of work and effort, and certainly a lot of grant money that came in because of the COVID thing, but you're an important part of this community, and the ability to stay alive and stay with your doors open and have some black ink, even if it's a little amount, is very positive and very encouraging for that facility.
Yeah, we were really benefited from the Small Business Association's Shuttered Venue Operators Grant, which was to help support performing arts centers through COVID, because they anticipated a decrease in attendances and shows coming through different states. We still haven't returned to pre-COVID numbers yet, but it's been really helpful to us, and hot tax is really beneficial as well to ensure that we keep our doors open, and we have a lot of great shows coming this year. So I hope to see more folks attend our wonderful season and make use of our great facilities too. And I invite the council members to come by anytime and get a tour of our facilities if you haven't been there.
Questions for Kookie? Seeing none, thank you very much. Sydney, you're on. Carl or Sydney, or who's going on? Sydney, I think they just pointed a finger at you. You're on.
I'm ready. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, Council. Sydney Walker, Civic Events Manager, here to discuss our facility improvement projects. Of course, we've been doing, can I get them? So we've been doing our facility improvement projects since 2016, and we've been able to accomplish a lot of different things for several of our venues and stuff. Of course, for Foster Communications Coliseum, since then we've done the LED lighting, new staging, ceiling tile replacements. We've also fixed the lower ring roof, new spotlights, chiller, climate control. Also for the McNeese Convention Center, we've done LED lighting, the marquee signage that's outside as well, soundboard replacement, and the new staging. Next. For the River Stage, we have completed the restrooms, concession stand, ticket booth renovations, drainage repair, new chairs for there, and then for Farmers Market, the parking lot seal coating and striping. for the Paseo, LED lighting, protective netting, parking lot, seal coating, and striping. So throughout fiscal year from 2016 to now, we've spent approximately about $1 million in improvements and stuff, and that came through you all for council. And so this year we have some other issues that we're trying to complete, and I would like to bring that forward to you all. So the last remodel that we had here for the McNeese Convention Center was in 2008. And in 2008, they just did a lot of different remodels, but they did not take care of the sewer line. We've been having sewer line issues before I was even the events manager. I look back at it, there was some issues back in 14 as well. Issues started occurring for me in 16. So back then we did have a sleeve put into our sewer line, and that was just a temporary fix for us at the time. But that sleeve right now is, there's some damage to the sleeve, and there's some sinking going on with our sewer line, so we're needing to get that fixed. We've had multiple sewer malfunctions in this past year, and we've contacted the plumber within 15 times of this year. Some of them are to take precaution, because when we do have events that are more than 300 or 350 people that are involved in it, we have had to call them out so they can make sure we don't have no issues during an event. So for the convention center, we're looking to ask for $800,000. I plan to bring this to council in the second city council meeting in August, and that's going to be for the sewer line replacement, tile and carpet replacement, wall vinyl replacement. That's also in the main ballroom and in the main halls, carpet replacement for the hallways, window tinting, LED lighting for the hallways, speaker replacement, irrigation and tree planting, seal coating, and security cameras.
Did you just rebuild this center? Because it sounds like you just rebuilt McNeese Convention Center.
I would like to expand it, but.
We would too.
And speaking of, so future needs, that list did not include the HVAC. We do have a lot of HVAC issues as well. Approximately, that's going to cost about $300,000 just in itself too, as well, to fix any of the, to replace all the HVAC needs here. And in the future needs of looking forward to possibly doing some type of expansion. Of course, we have a lot of, we're trying to compete with other venues as well for conferences, conventions. And, you know, for us, we really have a problem with breakout rooms as well, and then the size of the ballroom too. So I know it's a pretty tough thing for us to bring in the convention, so I would like to hopefully look in the next few years of discussing about some type of expansion for us.
Teresa, on the $800,000 to fix the sewer system, tile, carpet, are hot tax dollars available to do that?
We have a funding plan to present to you. Sid has it for one of his slides later on in the presentation.
Okay.
So also, we also have for the Coliseum, is that next?
Go ahead.
So for the Coliseum, we have a boiler that actually went down as well. So the Coliseum and Spur Arena, we actually share two boilers over there. They've been there since 1999. One of the boiler units actually went down in February, and we're needing to get that replaced. And we
Thought we replaced it already. No?
No, ma'am. So we replaced the chiller.
Oh, the chiller.
Yes, ma'am. And yeah. So we cannot operate both areas consistently without both units working. So we're in need of that boiler, to be at the Coliseum, so we can operate fully between the Coliseum and Spur Arena. So for the two boiler units, we're approximately looking at $258,000. I'm gonna explain this. So we're only needing one boiler at the time right now, but we're also looking at the fact of going ahead and replacing the second boiler too as well. That way we don't run into that issue in the future sooner. So it would be a cheaper amount to go ahead and just get both boilers replaced at the time. So if we did replace both boiler units, it would be approximately $258,000. Of course, we would bring that to council in August. November, the product would arrive and it would be installed in January. If we did just replace one boiler, we're looking at approximately about $136,000.
The other one is of equal age and is probably pretty close to
Wayne?
So our funding sources is for hot tax fund, there's $1.6 million. Civic events fund, right now we have a little bit over $1 million. And then our restricted facility use fees, we have $353,000. And that's the fund balance of June 30th.
And so recap for me, with those dollars cover the issues you just reviewed, right?
Yes, ma'am. So what we're looking at is for the Foster Communications Coliseum, for the boiler issue, we're planning to just have we would like to have the $300,000 taken from just the hot funds, and then for the McNeese Convention Center, we're needing a total of $800,000, and we're planning to use all of our facility use fees of $350,000, and then also take from our civic events fund balance of $450,000.
Does it leave your civic events fund balance in the right dollar amount so
Yes,
it's available
Yes, ma'am.
without creating a problem with fund balance? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, questions for Sydney? You know, one of the things we asked him to do this go-around was to present the issues as it relates to the facilities, because there's no reason for us to talk about hot tax dollars and not talk about the issues that are out there. And they seem to be numerous at this point. So I would assume someone's got some questions on these dollars. Tom?
Well, so I'll go, first going back to what I'm a little bit familiar with the new boilers. I know historically y'all have done some cross-financing between the association and the Coliseum.
Yes, sir. We are in discussions right now with Stock Show to be able to put in at least half for the amount. Right now, I'm currently waiting to see if they want to replace the 2 boilers instead of just the 1.
Might cap what they did with the chiller that you recently did. What the stock should do.
With the chiller, they went half with us as well too. So they have been going half on certain items for us and stuff too as well. So I believe this won't be an issue, but I think they need to bring it before their board to see if they'll be able to fund both chillers. Both boilers, sorry.
We've done the chiller, right?
The boiler.
Right, but now we're on to the boiler.
Boiler, yes, sir.
That's the hard part. We're hitting them back to back, which is tough.
All right, so we talked about the McNeese Convention Center and the Coliseum. What are the issues that are outstanding on our other facilities?
The River Stage could definitely use a lot of just different things, a lot of different work. From the entrance, we would like to build some type of awning over it for just the heat exposure and stuff like that for the customers to be able to come in too as well. There's some back wall improvements that we do need to make at the River Stage too as well. It's just an old wall that's the bottom has rusted out too as well. So it's been an issue for us to be able to move that as well. Both dressing rooms need some type of updating too as well. There's several issues over at the River Stage, but we've been able to get by with what we have right now and stuff. Paseo too as well. We still need to do some work still over there too. I do have some board members that have been asking about some type of awning going between the east and the west Paseo to be covered over that to make some type of area for another rentable spot for us for events. So that's something that we're discussing as well for the board. And then also the indoor arena is one of our venues that doesn't get a lot of interest, but could use a lot of work too as well, because they could use it. We did inside with the staff, they did take care of the concession stands. They rebuilt them, the staff did all that, but there are some other issues over there that we can do. LED lighting would be one of the things that's needed over there. Replacing the benches that's over at the indoor arena too as well. The restrooms that they need, they're not handicap accessible. So a lot of those issues that we do need to take care of with the indoor arena as well.
And do we have that, Rick, do we have a laundry list and dollars attached to all of that?
Currently on those, we kind of focused on what the primary ones were that were of greater importance. Sid could kind of give you, but they focused on getting some prices on the ones that were most pressing.
Well, from what I understand, the work on the sewer and here in this facility needs to be done pretty much ASAP.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that correct? And
Yes,
so
ma'am.
you're looking at your projections for this facility to be down because you're going to have to close the entire facility to do the work.
Currently, we're looking at being closed from mid-November to mid-January.
And what events normally happen during that time period that will be impacted by that?
There were some private quinceañeras as well. I believe the chamber had one event as well. Everybody has been notified of
Generally,
the
I think they do the,
luncheon.
no, the banquet, and so is the completion of this project in time for them. You have it scheduled, so you're okay on that. Okay. So that's going to impact the revenue. Yes, Lucy?
Mayor, I think Julia had something to say. Did you want to?
No, I was asked to let Rick know to please use his microphone.
I think John got that same.
I noticed she wanted to get your attention.
Remember speaking to the microphone? That's the policy.
Teresa not do that to John earlier today, too?
Well, I'm just going to make these comments. The city has invested a lot of money into these facilities, and we need to make sure that we keep the facilities in a state that is not embarrassing to us as a city and has a more welcoming appeal to it. And I think the things that Sydney has brought forward are things that have a negative impact if we don't deal with them. We certainly know that there's a conversation out there about a new Coliseum, but at this point in time, we need to deal with what we have and the time frame that citizens will be using these facilities. So I support what you're asking for and the funding of that, but I need other city council members to voice any concerns or support or questions, please. Yes, Tom?
Sydney, on the other, under revenue, you're projecting to be down 18? Did I
Yes,
miss
sir.
that?
So most of that other revenue that's going to be projected down would be from our concession sales. Due to us doing the point of sale stations, we will have to reimburse San Angelo hosts for the point of sale stations. So I deducted that from
Who owns the point of sale? Do we own it or does Carlo own it?
Carlo would be owning it. He signed the agreement.
So if he owns
Angelo
it,
owns.
then, and he gets the revenue from the POS system for concessions, right?
Yes, and we receive a portion. Yes, ma'am.
You receive a portion of it. So why are we reimbursing? I'm a little confused about that.
Based on the contract, Mayor, there is a reduction to the revenue that the city receives to proportionately pay back Carlo for that point of sale system, since we were the ones that required that he start using one. Is that fair?
What she said.
Yeah. Thank you for that. I think the POS system's very important.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
think that's a key issue.
We're working on that right now. Have a meeting actually at 12:30 about it.
So we'll hurry up. But when is that POS system supposed to be in place?
It's already in place right now, but we're working through a few kinks with it and stuff. Of course, with the river stage. Last year for facility improvement projects, I asked for some funding to get Wi-Fi and access points too as well for several of our venues. So we're just working through a few of the kinks that we're having with the point of sales and connecting with the Wi-Fi issues as well.
I think there was a Wi-Fi issue on one of the events and they couldn't process. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's been worked out?
That's what we're working on. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right.
I saw that up there, and so I know we're going down that point of sale, but I mean, point of sale is very key to anything you're doing, whether it's associated to, point of sale at that point in time.
It's real time.
When you get that many people in a room, in a facility, then so many people are hitting the Wi-Fi, the bandwidth, it's a hose, and you only get so much out.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I would prefer those things be wired. I know what you're talking
Same
about,
here.
but consistency and making sure that thing works, nothing's more disgusting than to lose power, electricity, or Wi-Fi during the middle of a weekend and you can't get anybody to work on it.
I agree.
So that's because we Wi-Fi, not hardwire?
Yeah, I would.
So-
And there's people smarter than me that are going to deal with that. I'm just saying, I know Suddenlink, you got your tower power down. I know at the rodeo, a lot of the reason we have it is we could never get on with Wi-Fi. Like, we can barely scan tickets with the amount of band service, Kimberly, you can speak to that we have out there. We can barely scan tickets. I don't know how you could do point of sale without having a better plan. Just ensure me you've got a good plan going forward with that. I just want it to work.
I agree with you, because that's the issue with the river stage. We do have one area where we're able to hardwire, and we didn't have any issues technically over there, but it was all the other areas wherever Wi-Fi was needed to be able to be used, and the data was just not there for us. And so we're trying to talk with the POS, the company, and discuss some other measurements that we can possibly take to better assist for it. But we do have those issues as well. And I've also talked with San Angelo hosts, about their concerns too as well, about possibly we build, instead of having the temporary concession stand areas, let's go ahead and build permanent areas that do have the capabilities to hardwire.
Yes, Tommy?
It sounds to me, Sydney, that you are trying your best to anticipate problems before they occur. I guess a question I would have, how far down the road are you only able to look maybe 12 months down the road? Are you able to look 24, 36 months down the road to start then working on the budgeting things? Some of these things are gonna, if we don't deal with them, we're gonna have to deal with them. So how far out, just based on the constraints you operate under, are you able to begin anticipating?
Well, I try to do at least 24 to at least 2 years, 3 years out and stuff. Of course, we have our capital improvement plans. Some of the things discussed in the capital improvement plans on our measurements of how we're going to try to move forward and take care of some of the issues with our venues. So I try to keep that on there. Of course, the biggest issue for everybody would be funding, taking care of funding. I know we did have a river stage plan to be able to do different things with the river stage, but unfortunately, when COVID struck, and then the issues that we had with the convention center that took place, that was priority for us.
We talk about, sometimes we get, in my opinion, we get caught up, get down in the weeds of things. Sometimes I think as a council, we need to pull ourselves back out of the weeds and get up at a little higher level. So I would just encourage you, to the extent you can, to begin moving a little further out down the road so that, you can start addressing some of these things before you get in a bind, and really then we do have to scramble around and find funding, or it puts you in a bind with using funding you might have been going to use for something else. So you are doing a good job, in my opinion. I would just encourage you to look as far out as you possibly can so that we can hopefully head off some of these things.
I think my next big question is the following: operating costs, because we know almost everybody today is experiencing significant operating cost increases. Have we anticipated correctly on that?
Yes, ma'am. We're working on that too as well, the operating costs. Yes, ma'am.
So where do you figure all that into this? Because
so with what we get from you all for operations and stuff, we're getting by, but we barely get by with where we're at. Of course, the facility is pretty old for the most part, so things are breaking every now and then for us. At both facilities, for the convention center and the Coliseum. So we've really been working with finance to be able to find money to take care of some of the issues and items that we have been having, and bring that forward to you all.
Karen?
I just want to agree with Tommy's comment. And of course, a strict financial accounting doesn't point out the inevitable relationship between improvements attracting more heads and beds. And so I totally agree that the further you can get ahead of that and anticipate that, it's going to come back to fund the projects that you want and maybe even create a surplus. So for those listening, including the people in the room today, we can't see that on a budget. I hope you're having discussions with city staff about anticipation for what can happen if you are proactive.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That's key, because not only is it heads and beds, But generally speaking, those heads and beds who are using the facilities because of the events that are going on there are also people who are spending money elsewhere in the city. So it's not just simply hot tax money, it is sales tax money. And right now, with the current trend on sales tax money, we need as much positive happening as possible in the sales tax column, and that means bringing visitors in, staying in our hotels, going to our events, and spending money.
Agree.
Okay. That's the end of the questions. Thank you, Sydney. And when are we going to see the rest of those projections on facility improvement?
I can probably I'm coming back to council and by August 16th to bring that to you all.
What I want us to do next year is have all of that available during the budget session.
Yeah, what he can do is prepare like that whole laundry list of things.
Yes.
And prepare even a broader list than what we did this year. Prioritize them, but keep going with what those costs are projected to be. So if y'all choose to fund further, you can.
That goes back to Tommy's comment is we're seeing a partial picture today. It's not a complete picture, and we need to see the big umbrella.
So when we do have our civic events advisory boards, we do take all of the issues with all of our venues, and then we discuss them and we prioritize them that way, and that's when we bring them to you all. So if you all would like to see that prior, I can do that.
Even if he gets that done 6 months into the year, he may even bring it to you for discussion if you like before the budget session, but certainly by the budget.
It's got to be by the budget session. I mean, that's what we're here for. It's what we're discussing. This is what we're looking at. We need to see the big picture, not just half Polaroid picture. So
I think the council's, in my opinion, we try to be helpful. So if we can know those things and we may not act on them right then, but at least we know, okay, when you come to us next year and say, yeah, he told us about that last year, so that we can say, sure, yeah, go ahead and do that. So help us see the bigger picture as well.
Will do.
thank you very much. All right, the next one is our destination marketing. Diane?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I learned about the proposed decrease while I was on vacation last Thursday, so I didn't have the opportunity to put a PowerPoint together, but I did write something, so I'd like to read that if I could. When I started my position in April 2017, the local tax receipts generated by travel spending was $6.2 million. After 1 year of our marketing efforts, those receipts increased to $6.9 million, and in 2021, they totaled $7.4 million. Those tax dollars include sales tax that go into the general fund to help pay for other city services. Our budget in 2017 was $865,000, and our current budget, including $47,000 that this council allowed us to carry over from 2021, is $1,012,000. The reserves for hotel tax dollars sit at $1.6 million, and those are designated dollars by law for the purpose of bringing visitors to town. This cut would not just be $75,000 as listed on the agenda. It would be $147,500. By cutting our budget to this number, the city will lose more than $1 million in local tax receipts in just the first year. How do I know this? In 1993, the state of Colorado was the #1 summer tourism destination in the country. The powers that be made the decision to cut the $12 million budget of the state's tourism bureau to save money for the citizens. That one-time decision cost Colorado $1 billion the first year and a total of $10 billion before they regained their market share. A large cut like this to the San Angelo Destination Marketing Organization will deeply impact our effectiveness in our efforts to promote the city to visitors. Not only will it hurt our marketing efforts, it will also impact our staffing. We have developed a very effective team who has worked hard over the past 5 years to improve the quality of life for the citizens of this city by bringing in new money into our town. 51% of the retail sales tax collected in 2021 was paid by visitors. That does not mean people didn't shop locally. It means visitors chose to shop here because of our marketing efforts. The marketing we pay through hotel tax paid by visitors has helped increase our hotel tax dollars, and by cutting it, those marketing commitments we have had in the past will not happen due to proposed significant cuts. The DMO is the only organization on this list that receives who receives hotel tax that solely markets to out-of-town visitors to overnight. Those entities that currently receive the tax that are listed on here will also be affected in the long run, as they do not do outside or very limited outside marketing. Our office has played the key role in seeking the following designations. We were named the Visual Arts Capital of Texas through 2031. We are a Texas film-friendly city. We are a Texas music-friendly city. We launched the San Angelo Revolution Film Festival. We were named Destination of the Year in the Texas Travel Awards last year. We were the #1 True Western Town in 2020 and 2022, and the #2 True Western Town in 2019 and 2021 due to our marketing efforts. I will end this as I have a question to propose to you. With all due respect to the elected officials on the dais, if marketing were not important, why didn't you choose to put your name on the ballot in order to be in the seat you now occupy, instead of paying to be on the radio, do television interviews, send out direct mail pieces, purchase yard signs and billboards and more? This cut will also affect the citizens. In 2021, the $643 per household was saved annually due to visitor spending. In 2017, which is where this budget would go back to, that number was in the low 500s. San Angelo is not a field of dreams. If you build it or renovate it, they will not come unless we ask them to. Thank you.
Do I have questions for Diane? Harry?
I guess I would ask, in your conversations with city staff, you or Walt or whoever was with the city finance or whoever, where the figure of $75,000 less came from.
I heard about it on Thursday in an email while I was on vacation.
Okay, Harry, to answer your question, 2019 City Council directed an increase from $865,000 to $1,012,000 for the CVB at that point in time. We were directed to bring the contract back annually for review, and so that was intended to make sure that we review those allocations annually. So this year, what's being presented is the $865,000, and that is up for council's evaluation and consideration. And the difference between her 147.5 is the 47.5 she was able to carry over. Additionally, we're on a different contract year from them, so there's some timing where our actual budget amount would be $890 versus $865 because we still have 3 months left of that $1 million contract. I hope that makes sense.
They're not on the same fiscal year that we are.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
So the question mark is the following. So I think what you said was in 2019, the decision by this city council was that that $1 million or $1 million, whatever it was to be a 1 year, and it would be re-reviewed every year.
Yes,
The
ma'am.
next year happened to be COVID, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
so
so
the
that-
impact of 2020 and 2021 were COVID years, and the CBB actually gave back to the hot tax money $200,000 of unspent money because of COVID. Is that correct?
Yes, so 2020 was the first year of the $1,012,000 contract. Of course, March of that year, COVID hit. So in 2021, the city designated $765,000 to the DMO, including a $200,000 carryover that they were allowed to carry over for a total of a little over $965,000 for 2021. And then in 2022, the city designated $965,000 plus an additional carryover of $47,500, bringing you back to that $1,012,500 where we were starting in fiscal year 2020.
What were the sales tax increases in 2020 and 2021 the city experienced?
Overall for the entire year, an average, we can look that up for you.
Just to
2020
her
and
point,
2021.
because in 2020 and 2021, our trend was much better than our trend is right now. Is that correct?
I'll have to look
I
at
don't
that.
know. That's why I'm asking.
Okay.
Is that correct?
I'm not sure that that's correct, but we'll look it up for you. Yes. Kimberly's working on it. I know that our numbers are comparable right now at year-to-date to our 2021 number, or 2020 numbers. No, 2021 numbers. They're comparable year-to-date right now as far as the hotel tax collections, which will reflect also on those sales tax dollars. And if you saw that the numbers were flat, right now are projected flat, so they aren't dropping, so that is another thing to note.
Diane, talk to us while they're looking at, talk to us what a reduction in 75, of 75,000.
147,000.
Well, but is that, you're talking the carryover, right? Not the original budgeted amount?
The original budget with the carryover was $1,012,000, which was what it was in 2020 as well. That's correct.
Again, I do want to emphasize, though, and we did look this up, I had Julia look that up, as far as when the city council made that decision, it was on a one-year basis, and so the amount was up here as far as the $1,012,000 you're talking about. That, again, was to be reviewed on an annual basis. There was never a discussion as far as this being a permanent amount that would maintain at $1,012,000. It was going to be reviewed on a year-by-year basis as well.
And I
So
understand
they-
that.
yeah, okay.
I understand that. What I would say, Councilman, is in 2019, I hired a communications digital marketing person, if you will, based on the fact that I had the budget coming in 2020. Decrease us now back to the numbers that we had in 2017 is going to reflect on that staff. Because when I do a budget, I like my operations to be less than what my marketing is, because my job is marketing. So I'm going to have to look at that to review staffing. I have no other option if we cut significantly like that.
But the increase was not in 2017, it was in 2019, is that correct?
The increase was in the city's fiscal year 2020 budget for the first time. So 2019 would have been the 865. But I think it started in 17 and was 865 for 17, 18, and 19.
I think the previous council members, when the other individuals were in that office, were the ones who reduced that amount down to the 865 with the provision that anything over and above that number for, let's say, a big event, they could come back to council and get that or ask for that recommended amount of money to be approved. So it was a base number with the opportunity to increase it if events that could have significant impact on this community came up.
That's always an option. Yes, ma'am.
I think one of the other issues that I've heard is the number of events that fell through for all the right reasons, COVID and everything else. For example, the Air One race never happened. There was great expectations for that. The Cowboy Jubilee that didn't happen, great expectations for that. And so the question mark is much of the funding was attached to big events, things that would impact hotel motel tax, as well as sales tax revenue within the city.
Actually, that is not necessarily accurate. That for that 1 year, we looked at that, but we had that funding in place already.
Yes, correct. But those events aren't coming back. And are there events that are out there that you're anticipating that would be something like that one could see an impact on the sales tax dollars that you talk about? And
Well,
hotel.
I would
motel.
say Wild West Fest, which is coming up, is one of those events.
That's done by an individual, right?
We worked with Thomas Hoffman on that to
The
ensure that
promotion.
it could be a 7-day event so we could promote it, because otherwise it would have been a 1-day event. I would also add that we have 52 weekends in the year, and one weekend event will not
change our sales tax that significantly. We seek out conventions and meetings and other opportunities. Majority of those meetings are held at our hotels and not at the convention center because of the proximity of the convention center to the hotel products that our visitors and our planners want to stay in.
Do we have conventions booked in 2023?
We do.
And the balance, you want to
We
talk
do.
through those?
I couldn't tell you what those names are right now. I don't have that in front of me, so I don't have that list. But Jonna has been working that as well as Susanna. So we have some, in fact, coming up now. So those are in the books. I
You want to talk about those? If you girls have that information, you want to come forward?
I would just, my biggest concern, quite frankly, is pushing our budget, even if it's 100,000, sending us back to where we were 5 years ago is going to affect what advertising we can send out, including things like True West Magazine, which we understand. I understand how the game is played. You market in order to get some of those designations.
Correct.
If you want to stay in the top 10, we're likely not going to have that happen.
I can talk about some of the ones, I guess, from this year. My job has changed. I'm not doing as much of the convention meetings anymore. But we just hosted Texas Police Games a couple of weeks ago, which was pretty big for us. We had the Academy of Young Teachers that was here this past week. I know Jonna has a couple of meetings that have been here, like this past week and, coming up. We're constantly working on the sports market. I would say Air Race 1 is not totally off the books. They still want to come. We're just trying to work through the process of getting them to be able to come here, because now we actually kind of got a deal when they were going to come originally because of COVID. So they were trying to start their races here in the United States, and so they were waiving their fee, which usually is like $70,000 to $150,000. So of course now COVID's over, he's kind of wanting those type of fees again, but he really loves San Angelo, so he's still interested in coming back. So there's various things like that, and then of course we've been focusing on our media missions, getting people to write about San Angelo. A lot of our travelers are leisure, because we don't have the meeting space. We don't have the hotel product. So we are definitely working as hard as we always do. So.
Jonna Gaddy. I'm Director of Sales for the DMO. And yes, we right now I do have a group here. If you see the lady outside in red, that is the Permian Basin Water Utility School. They do it every year. It's here. They will be doing it probably again next year and following, as long as we provide what they need. And so that's what we work hard to do. I also, we work with Austin, and in Austin, that's where most of the meeting planners are. And so we go there, recruit, and we take them to lunch, we get them to come here, and that's one of the things too that we are trying to work on, is doing some, we bring the meeting planners here all together, show them what San Angelo has, so we would, need the budget for that too. So, and I'm working with Harry and his group coming up, so any time that anybody has an association and you need our help, we'd be glad to help you, and that's what we do. That's why we're here.
I think you do a lot of that. There are many organizations who say, my organization wants to come to San Angelo, and they ask for your all's help. And whether it's the welcoming bags or working out some of the details that they can't do or don't know to do. So I think you do a lot of that, smoothing the edges.
Yes, we do.
Around
We're doing
the
that
meetings,
currently with
because-
West Texas Legislative Summit.
Yeah.
That is coming next week.
Yes, and we do a lot of servicing too once I get here. We're right there helping them with their registration, and just because, like we said, we don't have that convention hotel that you can do it all at once and other people helping them. So we have to find other things to get them to come here, and that's what service is one of the things, once they get here, that will be help them. So.
The other thing I think you pointed out, Diane, is 51% of the sales tax dollars come from outside this city.
Right.
And certainly we are a area that pulls from 16, 17 counties, so a lot of those people are not coming here necessarily for events, if you will. They shop here. We're a key shopping area. We are a regional shopping area. And I think you brought up at one point what percent the medical community brings to the table in terms of that revenue and
In
medical
2020,
tourism.
in 2020, it was 27%. It's normally around 18.
Of course, COVID, but it's still 18%. So a lot of people come to this city, not because of many of our attractions, but because they got to seek out medical help.
I would also encourage that we still provide marketing to them even when they're here. We have a visitor center that we provide brochures for, so visitors do come into our community and get that information so they know what there is to see and do. That would be as well part of that cut in order to be able to meet this budget.
So where would the cuts be?
I don't know. I just learned this on Thursday, so I still have to look. Some will be in operations, likely in staffing, and then the others I will have to look through our marketing efforts to see where I can make that work. It's a significant cut.
And so when we say 5 years ago, it hasn't been 5, it's just since 2019 or 2020 that we had the $1 million. Refresh everybody's mind.
In the 2019 budget discussions is when council designated that it would be a one-year contract at $1,012,000, but that it would be reviewed annually. So the first year it was in our budget was 2020.
Perfect. And you have those sales tax numbers ready for us?
2020, we saw an increase of 1% in sales tax revenue, 1.05 to be exact.
Not to budget, but to LY.
Actuals.
Yeah, I don't want to budget, I need to LY.
These are actuals. 2020 year-over-year actuals, yes.
Okay,
good. 2021, an increase of 6.97%. And then 2022 year-to-date, we've seen an increase of 3.1% over 2021.
And how does that compare to our regional cities?
I can just speak anecdotally to that because we do look at that on a monthly basis, and we're seeing in most of the cities around us that we put on our comp, Midland, Odessa, Abilene, Wichita Falls, seeing bigger increases on a monthly basis, at least this fiscal year. But I can't speak to that on a more long-term basis, just kind of anecdotally what we're seeing.
I would add in regards to visitors with our regional cities, all of them have full-service hotel products that have meeting space that we do not currently have.
Yeah, but that's been true. If we look back over the past couple of years, it would be the same story. We haven't had. We need it, and hopefully we're working on something that will produce that. So,
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
This may be a crazy idea, but I'm going to toss you an idea, Diane.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a sales guy. I have lived by commissions my entire career. I have never drawn a paycheck. What if we tied going back to the million whatever to specific quantifiable performance? And that way you earn that money, if you will, you earn that money that way. Now, that may be the craziest thing, but again, I'm sitting, the world I live in is commissions. I don't know what it's like to get a regular paycheck. Is that something that would work for you?
I don't know, honestly. I've never, ever in my 30 years in this industry had this experience, so this is new. I've never had my budget cut ever, so it's new.
Yes, Tom.
So Diane, if this was a performance-based contract, is there any evidence to go down with what we've been doing?
I'm sorry?
If this was a performance-based contract and we're getting a receipt for what performance y'all are doing, is there a reason to go down on what we've been doing? I mean, we're going up every year, are we not?
We have been, but our tax dollars have gone up as well.
Right.
In that effort. So,
When I look at last year, we were just coming out of COVID. I mean,
Sure.
when we compared to last year, we had a very soft history to the year prior. So we're going against a very strong history of like nearly 7%. We're still up 3% over that. So compared to 20, we're up about 10. As we're moving forward, I learned when we have to market in a recession, and this comes from, I'm just like Mr. Hebert here. It's all based on sales.
Sure.
And when you get down to where monies are tied and things are going, it's sometimes those people that survive in that long run, they double down, all right? And it's marketing. People are going to pay a lot more attention to what they're spending. And I think increased visibility is there. I'm kind of with Tommy. I would love to see a way to make sure we keep it to where we have the accessibility to get out in front of those people. I think people are going to be looking now even harder at where they go. I know my family just, some members of my family just canceled a trip that they were going to go on just because of what the funds and the costs and the timing is. I would hate to see us risk something like that, and I like Tommy's idea of it being performance-based, but when it comes to operations, you have a head count and a staff, and you have to ensure them, you have this position, and I have it in my budget. I'd love to see us go down like that, but I hate to see a decrease in this at all. I just learned about it when it popped up on the board. But I do remember when we said it's going to be a year review when we go. I just hate to see, number one, see that affect staff, and number two, to penalize us for doing a good job.
Well, I would say this, I mean, we can record meetings, we can do that. Our marketing is based on numbers, so we have the numbers that I share with you when I do my presentation of the reach. But this is marketing. I'll say this. If marketing wasn't important, Coca-Cola wouldn't market. Everybody knows Coca-Cola, but they market because Pepsi markets. We don't know that someone isn't going to see our magazine in a doctor's office 2 years from now and come. That is how marketing works. But we can look at the areas where we know that we could look at performance-based. Certainly, there's an opportunity there through meeting bookings, event bookings. But aside from that, I don't know what to tell you.
I hate to see us slow up when we're doing such a good job, okay? But I realize there are times where if we don't prove it and go it forward, we have to cut back and trim, and the whole society is doing that. It's a recession, we're all bearing that sum. So it's kind of that inevitable counter-based scale that's going to get us on both sides.
Well, marketing tends to be the first place people cut, and every article you ever read, they say it's the last place you should. And this, as I shared with those organizations who all do a great job, who are receiving hotel tax dollars, if we are not marketing for visitors to come, they will not come to their locations because they won't know to come, but people in Abilene, Odessa, Midland, anywhere else will be telling them to come to see them. They will not see ours, much like the Colorado model I mentioned.
I guess the issue would be, is there flexibility in the budgeting that allows for marketing to maintain and other expenses to be cut? Because that's the other issue.
Not significant, no. Our marketing, majority of my marketing budget goes to advertising and public relations, majority of it. And then also when we do travel to go to those conferences, those trade shows, those items we have to have for those trade shows, all of that product has to be part of that whole picture. It would be limited. I mean, we can cut some trade shows, but that seems to defeats the purpose of what we're doing for hotel marketing dollars that are designated tax used for marketing to visitors.
What % is marketing to your total budget?
I'm sorry?
What % is marketing to your total budget?
Right now, it's a little over 50% when you include all of the marketing pieces that come with that.
So that would be inclusive of postage, marketing, advertising, publicity.
I think it's around 540, something like that. And I like to, again, maintain that higher than the other, just because I think it's important. That's our job, to be marketers.
What is the convention servicing and supplies?
That includes all of the things that you take to a trade show, the giveaway items, some of the giveaway items, but lanyards, name tags, all of the things that are required for those meetings that we provide perks to when visitors come and bring an event here.
Talk about what the trade shows have brought to San Angelo.
The trade shows, Jonna specifically goes to South by Southwest, which is one of those trade shows connect meetings. That is where we get the RFPs to bid on leads. And so she has to be there along with all of the other Texas cities we compete with in order to be able to say, hey, we're here in San Angelo, why don't you consider having a meeting? If we're not there, they don't see us. And so we pay to go there, and then we book those events based off of those RFPs that we receive.
I've had people ask why we changed the name from CVB to Destination Marketing Organization.
Because Convention and Visitors Bureau was a poorly designed name when they first started them in 1899. Our international association they are now Destinations International, but they were Destination Marketing. That's what they wanted people to understand. That is what we do in our jobs, is market the destination, whether that's in a convention, a visitor, whatever it is, it's still marketing of the destination. So that's why we went with the name change.
And so that's a trend across the country.
It's been going on a long time.
We just haven't done it before this past year. Other questions, comments? Yes, Karen.
Forgive me if this isn't a very smart question, but this is my first time at the table during these proceedings. So I'm curious, this organization gets what dollar amount in hot taxes compared to our own civic events?
It's about equal. If you
Is
see
it
those
about
numbers
equal?
up there, one's $1.8 million and the other is $965. So, and they carried over, what, 48,000. So it's basically $1.012 million to $1.8 million, somewhere in that.
I'm just asking because our civic events group is generating revenue for the city, correct? So this is a little less easy for us to quantify, I think. Maybe that's what's happening. How do you work with these buildings that we own, that we're benefiting from?
We bring leads to them. When we get our leads, we work with them on booking those events in these in these buildings. We also, when they have bookings that they may have gotten somehow, we can provide them with the welcome bags and the other things that group might need so that we can meet them, so that we can encourage them to have future meetings and work through us so that we have that opportunity.
I know in the past it's been said that many of these organizations plan conventions 2-3 years out. So we would know for our 2022-2023 budget what organizations are looking at coming here for their conventions.
I don't have that in front of me. I didn't print a list, so I'm not in that day-to-day operation side of sales. So I'm not in those bookings. I do know that Jonna has sent out numerous contracts to answering RFPs. We have not heard back on a definitive from the planner, but both Jonna and Susanna send RFPs and bids requests to our hoteliers. We get that data back, we present that to the planner, and then the planner answers. What I will also say to you, after 2020, a lot of planners learned to live by Zoom. So some of that is because those planners were affected by this as well. They are doing both Zoom and virtual, and some of them are doing the hybrid model, which is a pretty common model right now. So all of us in our world are working on how we help with that, because that's going to include extra audio-visual when a group does come to our community. So all of those things affect everything that is happening. But again, not all of our business is based on events and meetings. It's also corporate. I've been working very closely with the economic development team on working with them on how we can help get meetings. We met with Air Motor. That now has turned into a school that Howard College is offering based on a meeting we had with them to bring a meeting here for a week. It has now turned into a new program. So we are working with economic development to help work with those corporate organizations, those manufacturers, to see how we can help impact bringing in even more people when they're here. So that's corporate travel as well. All of those things impact what we do in our destination marketing.
So I think in the past, it's always been said that the marketing dollars that you have to be spent outside the city, that you cannot spend the marketing dollars within the city.
Significant portion of them, yes.
And so talking about your marketing dollars, describe where the marketing dollars have gone this past year.
Texas Monthly, Texas Highways, Authentic Texas Magazine, Texas Events Calendar. We have gone to trade shows. We have gone to public relations shows with the Travel Texas team, which is the governor's office. They have us go there. We represent San Angelo aside all of our other competitors. We participate in a lot of activities like that. I can't name all of them, but we are trying to be present in a majority of the larger operations. So Travel Texas is the #1 travel website for Texas that is produced by the governor's office. TourTexas.com is right behind them. AGR Media does that program. They also do the publications for the Texas the main book for the governor's office. Sorry, it just left me. Texas State Travel Guide. We're there. We're in all of those publications. That will be a significant cut with this budget.
And I get that. So if you say what happened in 2019, 2020, those dollars weren't, 2020, those dollars would have been there, but in 2019, they weren't. So what's the change in that strategy? Because the dollars weren't there. You had 865,890 or something like that.
We had actual salespeople going out and selling our community, so the dollars went up because we were doing that. But that also affects our travel. A budget cut affects travel. How much can we go travel if we have a budget cut? Because the expense dollars of hotel stays, fuel, all of the things that go with that, it's not just a simple cut the ad. There's a lot more to our role than that. It's not just placing an ad in the newspaper, doing social media, SEO, SEM, search engine optimization, search engine marketing. We do that with Madden Media. They have helped moved us from page 8 on a Google search to #2 after the city. Those are all things that we pay to have happen.
Are you pleased with the results from advertising in Texas Highways and Texas Monthly?
Yes, I am.
And so that result would be that. Tell us about that.
We know that, I was
Just
not
generally.
prepared for all of this.
But you know your business, so you can talk generally.
We know, 1 million people see those magazines because they have that kind of a distribution. And then whoever those magazines go to later, whatever that subscription is left on a table somewhere for other people to see it. So it's a continued return. We have now started adding QR codes to our advertising. Jasmine has put those in so we can track some of that. So that will be another way to look at potential tracking to see who's booking those booking room nights based on what they saw in an ad if they scanned it.
And do we have some of that information?
I don't now, right yet, no, because we just started that.
Yes.
I'm hung up on the performance.
Yeah.
Not your performance. That's not, but.
The dollar investment performance.
Not really.
Now, not to
yes.
justify, I don't like that word either.
Could I ask this question to maybe help?
Yeah.
How did the other organizations that receive hot tax showcase how they were able to track hotel rooms? I would like to know that. Maybe we can piggyback on what they do.
Well, I would assume day in and day out, you're working with those organizations in your marketing efforts. So, because their monies are so tiny, it really doesn't buy them much in terms of the marketing dollars that you have here. So they count on your ability to take these marketing dollars and promote their.
But their dollars are supposed to be used for that because of the state law. So that's why I'm asking that question. So how are they tracking their 50,000? Or because then maybe I can tell that, because our advertising isn't focused on one entity, it's focused on a community.
The city.
It's a very different.
Well, Howard just
player.
left, and I think he could have answered that for you. So, because they do have a lot of tracking on what happens at the museum, but they have a facility, just like SAPAC has a facility. If you talk about the fort, if you talk about downtown, if you talk about, I don't know who else is up there, those, for example, downtown has multiple businesses, multiple everything. It's hard to track that. If you ask Eggemeyers how much of their business comes from outside of town, they'll tell you most of it. So, but they would have to take an inventory of every single business to come up with that specifically.
I think we would have to do the same, honestly. Because
just your dollars
we represent
are
an entire
significant.
city, and
Yes, you
people
do.
who see our ads may go to a store, they may go, we don't
That's
have
right.
any way to track that.
None of those organizations got the big jump in funding that you got in 2020. They've been maintained at these dollar amounts for a while. So
I understand that, but a tracking mechanism for all of them, if we had that, understood how they track them, we could perhaps track too, because I thought we all presented the same thing in these.
yes and no. I mean, obviously,
Okay.
again, I go back to dollars. They don't have a marketing budget that's being paid for by hot tax. They don't have, if you will, I mean, you can go through the different lines. They don't have all of that. But they're more, that's a narrower perspective. Yours is a much broader.
Sure.
And it, like all of those areas of hot tax funding, they pull from a wide range. Like I said, sales tax dollars in this city come from not only the citizens of this city, but a 17-county region, on top of people from cities we don't even know, countries we don't even know, come and support that sales tax column. And hopefully, with the exception of most of them who are in our regional area, spend some nights in hotels.
Majority of, just based on Google, analytics on Discover San Angelo, the top, I want to say top 9 cities who are on our website are not in that 17-county region. They are in Austin, San Antonio, Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, those larger cities. So those are the people looking at our website in the top 10. I think Abilene's the only other city. Thank you.
Yeah. So on hotel occupancy, this was a great report that has been done by Mike Berry and Michael Looney. It shows hotel occupancy up in the first quarter of 2022 to 2021, 56.4%, or a 4.1% increase in hotel occupancy in the first quarter. What was our increase, if you'll go back and refresh our memory, on the hotel occupancy increase in dollar amounts in 2021 and 2020?
And I would like to add something about last year. In August of 2021, the Courtyard was struck by lightning. It's our top hotel, if you will, because of meeting space. So we did not have full meeting space or full access to that hotel, which we use a lot for meetings, for 9 months. So for the first few months, I don't think it was open at all. And then, because we had to move some folks, then we had, I think, 60 of the 92 rooms. And then recently, they just completed all of those rooms. That was a significant impact in that number right there.
So if you take those rooms away from total room capacity, what was the hotel occupancy?
I would have to
You
go
would
back and look.
The issue would be, did it
Because
go up or did it stay?
I will say this, of the 2,800 hotel rooms we have, 800 of them are rooms that our meeting planners will use. 800.
Of the what number?
of the 2,800 hotel rooms in our community.
Because those 800 have some level of conference room availability?
Not necessarily.
Just quality of hotel?
So when one hotel like that is impacted, it makes a significant dent in what we do.
What was it? I need the hotel occupancy numbers, please.
Budget, ma'am?
No, actual from 2020. 2021, sorry, 2021.
Percent increases, like we did with sales tax? from
Yeah,
year to
what
year?
was the hotel occupancy
Okay.
as a percent in 2021 and in 2020?
We pulled that back to 2018. 2018 saw an increase of 26.1%. 2019 saw an increase of 10.8%. 20 saw a decrease of 15.6%. And in 2021, we saw an almost 12% increase, which brought us almost back to 2019 numbers and actuals.
So they increased even though those rooms were out of
No, that was
commission, but
2021, not
2021.
It had nothing to do with
2021,
19.
what were those numbers?
2021, we saw an increase of 11.69% over 2020. Of course, 2020 was a pretty negative year being COVID, so.
Okay, so further question of Tommy.
Here's my, I guess my preference. I would like to I'll say restore the funding. And I'm not sure based on different fiscal years, and so I don't know what that number is, but let's go, whatever the number would be to allow Diane to have that money, but then somehow figure out a mechanism to let us know what that is getting for us. And I don't know what that mechanism is. Is that something you would, I'll say, would be willing, or you think you might be able to do, Diane?
We can try. I mean, occupancy, can we take full credit for hotel occupancy? Certainly not. But no marketing is not going to get us hotel occupancy.
Yeah.
So
maybe we base it on results and not necessarily, but I guess maybe on dollar results. Again, I'm living in my head here, where the world I live in, it's all results oriented.
And I feel, and fighting for my staff here, that we have shown great results.
Listening to you talk, I agree. So, Mayor, I would be willing over the next couple of weeks with Diane, maybe Tina, Kimberly, somebody to maybe brainstorm through this a little bit to see if we can't figure out something that would be acceptable to all concerned. Would that be acceptable?
If you're, are you saying, just to be clear, that what we want to do is have some defined mechanisms for evaluation?
For evaluation of the performance, again, whether it be dollar, we'd have to come to an agreement on that, and we might come to the point where we agree to disagree, but attempt to do that, to be able to allow Diane to have. It sounds to me like the case you've built, at least in my mind, it sounds to me like she uses her dollars pretty doggone wisely, and the results are there. But maybe we need just a way to quantify that. Would you allow me to work with Diane and Tina and maybe whatever appropriate staff to see if we can't come up with, or maybe would you be willing to?
I can help where we need help. I have questions though, too.
I'd be happy to.
So now, you've returned funds before, like COVID, you returned
Yes,
funds?
I returned my first year. I started in April, and I did not spend, I think it was over $100,000, because I didn't want to spend just to spend, because that's not what I do.
I think that's a key comment.
And in 2020, I came to this organization after I got off a plane in Canada in March and asked that if I could save $200,000 instead of spending it just to spend it, and carry it over for the following year because I knew that the pandemic was going to cause issues for us. Didn't know it was going to go into 2021, but I was following the trends that at our national level that was saying that to us. So I wanted to be more proactive than reactive on that. And so I was the person who came to you asking you if we could do that. So I take being a steward of the public funds very seriously.
So our priority here is the growth of the city. I mean, everything behind us all, whatever egos and everything we have, our priority here is the growth of the city or to decrease the decline that other people feel that we shouldn't. Okay, I think you've returned funds back to the city before.
Yes, sir.
And you are not a frivolous spender. I have worked with people that have budgets in private industry, hey, we have money sitting there, let's just spend it because it's there, because if we don't, we won't get it. You haven't shown that behavior, and we appreciate that. I mean, that's positive to me. I'm with Tommy. I think there's some benchmarks we need to do, but we need to make sure we hit those benchmarks to keep it going there. I see no reason the performance here to, we're looking at an 8% decline year over year in your budget versus if you take the numbers you said, it's like a 12% decline in there. I don't see anything that goes on there that doesn't mean we can't reverse this and look at some way to hit that. I mean, that's a hard decline for any of us to absorb it anywhere, and I don't want to see that decrease in our marketing. I mean, I have my mother and sister come back, and they have met you all over the state in different places, and that's a good thing. I'm not saying, I'm just saying I personally hear that you're out there. But then again, we need to look at, we manage these departments, and I hear Brenda and Daniel say, it was a year-to-year contract, and here's what we want to look at, and we want to be frugal with what we have. We need to, think big and act small. And with that, if I can help Tommy or something done that way.
Well, I would say this, and I appreciate your comments. What I would say and what we are using with our economic development, I have a video out that I had it changed to include, it all starts with a visit. You cannot grow this community if people don't know to come to visit it. And if you aren't telling them to come, they will not come. You will not bring workforce. You will not bring new business. So that is why we purposely added that at the end of our video so that we could have economic development be able to use that video in their marketing efforts as well.
I think that's the best statement ever. It all starts with a visit, and I think regardless of what we talk about, it all does start with a visit, and I think that phrase is something that needs to be pushed out there more and more. San Angelo has to fight pretty hard right now to maintain who we are, and I say that relative to quality of life, because the statistics are the following. We are diminishing in importance if you look at the state as it relates to economic growth, as it relates to sales tax, as it relates to population, as it relates to the importance of the state. We are a quality of life city, as people say. The question mark is, how do our citizens feel about that? And what do they want from us as a quality of life? And so some of that goes back to our facilities and making sure that our facilities have the money they need to ensure the quality of life for our citizens, whether it's the river stage, which citizens in this city really enjoy, whether it's the Coliseum, where a lot of great things happen out at the Coliseum, whether it's Texas Bank Sports, whatever those issues are. We have to have a commitment to ensure that those facilities are the best they can be based off of the dollars we have available. And we have to have a commitment to your organization that says, this is the best we can do for funding to get what we need out of it. And I think when we made a comment that said this should be a one-year budget, we as a council were very delinquent in not reviewing that on a year-to-year basis. COVID certainly impacted it. The next year, where were we? We said, hey, 1 year. We went and let it go 3 years without review. And that's wrong on this council's perspective. We committed to 1 year. We didn't commit to a lifetime. And we need to be able to evaluate it, not to be a threat to your organizations, because it's not a threat. It has to be because it is the dollar value is invested in a manner that everybody can see the payback on. And I think you do that with a lot of your marketing. I think going from a big focus on print to a focus on social media is probably a great savings if you look at 10 years ago in terms of how the dollars were spent. But I think we have to have performance measures, and I think we have to better understand what we, the council, want out of Diane's area. We applaud her and thank her for all the presentations that she makes. We need to do better than that. We're not. We need to be asking questions, understanding the areas of investment, and understanding what we need as a council in terms of, if she's our key marketing person, what do we expect out of that marketing organization? Not silence. And we've given silence. We need to be more supportive and more communicative. For $1 million, we deserve to be asking more questions and not just passing it through because that's what it is and because that will impact her if it goes down. We need to be involved. It's the single largest dollar amount we have up there. And we can't answer a lot of the questions. We need to be invested, and we need to be supportive. And so what we're going to do in the next few weeks is you guys are going to sit down and come up with some quantitative analysis and better understand the focus and to make sure it ties in with what we, the city council, wants it to be. But we can't be silent, guys.
No, and I mean, I'll sit there, I see what you're saying. I hated to be the one that, it's gone so well. I'd hate to be the one that stepped in and make it go downhill. Well, it did good until Tom got involved. Had that happen before, so anyway.
You know, we haven't had 3 years of continual, I mean, like we said, COVID impacted 1 year, we carried over. Come on, guys, we need to get involved. If we're going to give them $1 billion and we're not committed to it yet, we need to understand what we're doing here.
I understand what you're saying, Mayor, and like, for me, it's like, okay, we're approving the $1 million, and what are we getting in return? What is the profit that we give you this money? We want to know, what are you doing? What kind of stuff? And it doesn't. And for me, it doesn't cut it once a year because we forget. From if it could be every 4 months, an update. Review of what
she does quarterly reports, but she needs more direction from city council in terms of our expectations, because they tell us what they're going to do. We need to be more involved in the front end and understanding what she wants to invest in, and so we're knowledgeable. The recap is already done, and we need to know, are there going to be big events, big wonderful things happening? Because right now we're in July, almost July, so you assume there's nothing on the books right now for the next quarter.
Why would you assume that?
Well, I've asked, and so tell me if there is. I mean, we talked about the Wild West thing.
There are a number of events. The San Angelo Revolution Film Festival. We have a tattoo convention that is a brand new event that is being created. We have a Dia de los Muertos event. We have a significant number of events throughout the rest of the year. But again, events are not where we bring in the most in hotel tax dollars.
Agreed. That's my point. Yes. Yes.
We'll and let Harry speak on this too, but Tommy and I will take a much more aggressive approach in sitting down and getting with the board and council members here and making sure we try to do at least something quarterly and be more involved, at least provide input to where it goes both ways.
Harry?
I certainly appreciate the approach that Tom and Tommy are going to take on this. I've had the opportunity to sit in on most of the meetings over the last 3 or 4 years because I kind of sit as the liaison between the city and destination marketing. And of course, at those particular meetings, we see all of the reports, the bookings that we're going to have, what the percentage of rooms are, what that ADR is. So every month during that meeting, I've got that advantage of seeing all of that information. And I suspect that if other people were able to see that on a more regular basis, then they'd want to understand where the dollars are going and how they're impacting the amount of people that are coming to San Angelo.
Well, and I think the events that Diane just talked about are really great events. They've been good. They're not new this year. They've been good and they've been successful. How much of it brings people in from the outside? I don't know. But the work and effort on those events have been terrific and people have thoroughly enjoyed them. I'm talking about things like Cowboy Jubilee. I'm talking about things like the air race. I'm not talking about the organizations who are bringing their event or having an event for their organization as a fundraising event. But you guys participate in that and you help in that, so you're part of the team that pulls that off. Okay, with that, thank you, Diane. I think lunch is here. We should take a break. come on up here. I'm not sure how long Tom is going to be on his telephone. So why don't we try to start a little bit of this balance of the agenda?
I know.
Look, come back.
Well, as Neiman Marcus said yesterday on the Wall Street Journal report, their business has never been better, that their key areas of business, women's accessories, shoes, and men's, are all up 30 to 50%, that their business has never been this good, and that in fact 50%, 50+% of their business comes from people who spend $10,000 or more annually, and they are above and beyond pre-COVID numbers. Their business is so strong. Yeah. Well, and there's more billionaires and multimillionaires in there. All right, we will, in fact, call this meeting back to order at 1:21 and proceed with the items for consideration. Guy, you're on.
Okay, well, thank you, Mayor. This will be my first time to not start a meeting with trains, planes, and automobiles, so.
And stop, you got to. It's not an option.
I had to get it out there. My work group dared me to just tell you this is the most boring budget you'll probably see, and so whoop, there it is.
Talk through it.
So I had to get that out of the way for Nolan's entertainment out
Okay.
here. But flat budget, pretty much flat budget. We're following suit with the city in terms of revenue projections. So we're projecting an increase there of $82,319. For the 56,283 is for leases. We have more leases within the Business Resource Center and also anticipate additional interest. So our total revenue projected an increase of $129,128, so approximately $2.9 million revenue projected.
You know, the only positive to this inflation is the higher interest rates and the income produced from that. I'm not saying that's a good thing for most people, but as it relates to budgeting for the city, that's a positive.
So the slight increase in personnel to 3106 is due to longevity pay, loyalty pay rather. Slight increase in O&M for new leases on copy machines. And then that line capital is actually the amount of money that goes into future projects. So we anticipate starting off with $1,625,964 future projects. So be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Well, I think the first thing people would say relative to the financial statements that we're provided as part of this conversation is where you look at operations and maintenance assigned projects, where the fiscal year to date as of June would be $2,629,939, and then the proposed budget of $829,000. So there's a significant drop in that number, as there have been in previous years. So just talk through how that happens.
I got you.
Tina's got you.
Yeah, Tina's got it on the ballot side, yeah.
So that is because we do not budget for those incentive agreements in the original budget. Those are part of our carryover process, and so that number will increase once we do carryovers for the Development Corporation.
So just so everybody understands, that 829 is not a final number. That's not the number. If you look at the previous years and look at those numbers, you will see that that number will ultimately be impacted in that same kind of way, because we have carryover projects that are already funded out of past dollars and budgets that, if they're not complete yet, would then become a part of this year's budget number. So that would change.
I guess just as a reminder, we do collect a half-cent sales tax is what we get, and 78% of that, 72% of that rather goes to the ballot side, and then the other 28% comes over, and that's the money that we have to spend for economic and community development.
You want to update people in the projects that are going to be carryover, like the Skyline project? Where are we on that?
Skyline project, we're still in negotiations on that. We've had several meetings lately and are trying to finalize the final red line agreements on that. So we do hope to have shortly a agreed upon agreement, performance agreement with Skyline in regard to that. We did, in regard to the railport operations, and y'all were involved in that, is we did release their lien on the property so that they're able to sell property within the railport operation. And then the other item that we've worked on for a long time, it's not really a budgeted item, but just to remind you that during the year, we both I-14 and I-27 have been designated federally, so a great movement forward.
Just FYI, on the lobbying line, that is the dollars that we give to Ports to Plains in the I-14 corridor.
Right.
That pays to the lobbying that's gotten us where we're at today. So that's what that lobbying number is. It's those two specific interstate projects.
I would, for those that may not know this, Judge Steve Floyd is now the president of the I-14 Gulf States Highway Coalition, so that's great to have it back here in San Angelo, a significant portion of that in more input, more control.
He doesn't give that up even when he no longer is the judge. He continues in that
that's
position,
correct.
so that does not change.
That's correct.
Even
And
in
Mayor is
January.
also co-chair on the I-27.
And currently existing president for the I-27 Advisory Committee.
Right.
Okay, any other questions for Guy or Nolan at this point? It's, as you said, pretty simple. Go ahead, Tina.
I just want to point out that we're currently budgeting sales tax revenue at 5% decrease from this year's expected actuals. We'll, of course, update that when we meet with City Council for the general fund budget workshop. Those numbers will be reflected in this budget, you know, consistent with what the city decides to do. But with that, I don't have anything else, and we can move on to the ballot side of the Development Corporation.
So, in other words, those numbers could change relative to revenue, sales tax.
We are hoping to have one more month for August of sales tax revenue under our belts before we meet for general fund workshops so that we could update and reflect those numbers there. So on the ballot side, again, same thing, same projection.
Describe what the ballot slide means.
Okay, so like Guy referenced earlier, 72% of the Type B sales tax revenue goes for long-term water supply type projects. The other 28% going for economic development projects. So the ballot side we refer to is the 72% that's reserved for water supply type projects. So the same thing with sales tax revenue there. Again, 5% below what we're projecting. And then, of course, a slight decrease in O&M. And the capital just represents unassigned projects.
Yes.
If I might, Tina, at some future council meeting, would you be willing to bring to us, or maybe COSA DC, those ballot items that are still out there that are pending? I know Fort Concho, for exactly, is one of them. But sometimes, because it's been such a long period of time, we kind of forget what those are.
We did just approve one of the big ones that's left, and that is the park on 29th Street that we just approved, and that's one of the big dollar ticket items that was part of that ballot
We got $7.5 million there. There's some significant projects that are still out there, evidently.
As far as the specifically mentioned ballot items, and that's what you're referring to, they've all been funded at this point. As far as what the Development Corporation, I wouldn't say they're completely funded, but as far as what the Development Corporation was obligated to fund, they've been funded, and those projects are now tracked in our Fund 502 under the city side.
As separate line items. The last big one was the park.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Any further questions or comments? With none, we'll move forward to the airport fund. Planes, trains, planes is coming up now. Don't bring up escalators. You're on.
Good afternoon. I'm Jeremy Valgartson, representing Eurofine Airport today. I'd like Guy have a balanced budget and a pretty simple budget. As you can see, my revenues have gone up, especially my lease revenues. That was from the Border Patrol lease that we signed. I've got several irons in the fire now, and hopefully we'll have some more lease revenue coming. Not part of this budget year, but possibly in this fiscal year. So things are looking really good at the airport.
When you mean this fiscal year, you mean before October 1?
Possibly.
Okay.
Yep. Depends on how fast the government can move, but
Oh,
it's
probably
possible.
won't see it then.
Rental car revenues are also up. We've had good conversations with them. They've been more successful. It's still a hard time getting additional cars, but we are talking
We
to some.
replaced the one rental company that closed their doors?
Not yet.
Was it Hertz?
It was Hertz. Hertz
Hertz.
Dollar Thrifty, yep.
So the others have brought in more cars?
Yeah, yep. The
to
others
make
have
up
brought
for
in.
one being gone?
They have. If you go out there, it looks like a used car lot over by the baseball fields because they're bringing in so many vehicles. And they're still selling out almost every day, so rental car concessions are up.
If rental cars concessions are up, I'm assuming so are hotel revenues. Because most of them who rent a car are also staying. Yes?
Jeremy, since Hertz left, is there, in your negotiations, is there a rental car facility that we can actually rent a car in Dallas and come here on a one-way?
Say that again?
So if I'm in Dallas and I have to drive in and the flight gets canceled, I went through this personally 6 months ago. There's no company here where I can rent a car in Dallas and drive it one way.
I think
With a fee, you can. You just pay a big fee.
No, I mean, there wasn't any of them. Me and another person out there, I mean, there was no Hertz, nobody that would do a one-way. Is there any more? And I have heard about that happening several times. People are there and can't get home that would have got a rental car, but none of them will rent a one-way to Angelo.
I know Enterprise will, and Enterprise actually has 4 or 5 stalls at the terminal that they rent. You drop the car off, and then they'll pick the car up and take it downtown. They do offer one way. The problem is they just don't have availability.
And that might have been that issue, but I mean, I've heard that from several people say, I get there, they cancel the last flight, I have to be here the next day. I can't get a rental car.
I think what
I'll
we
go one
need
way.
is an STR, short-term
Yes.
rental that you can, if you're going on vacation, you
Yes.
don't need your car, you can put it out there as a short-term rental.
Absolutely. Do it in Dallas, it'd be
Yeah.
great.
You're dismissed, Mayor.
Sorry.
All right, sorry about the sidebar, Jeremy.
Okay, keep on going.
Okay, moving on, just my landing fees are down, and that's mostly because of the charters. The charters really haven't picked back up since the coronavirus.
Are they communicating to you when they might start back up?
They don't. Actually, TSA gets the information before I even get it. We have another charter going out next month, but that'll make 2 for the entire year, calendar year. So charter sales are way down right now.
You're not on that one, are you, Lucy? No. Going to Las Vegas.
I'm not. I've already done my trip.
Okay.
American Airlines is also cutting their flights, so they're going down to 3, sometimes 2 flights, but they're bringing in bigger aircraft, so we're not losing any capacity. We're still going to have the same amount of seats. we're actually going to gain seats on a day-to-day basis.
Question
because-
mark is the timing of the departures and arrivals, because when you reduce the number of flights, it's not as always so convenient based off of when you need to leave and when you need to get somewhere.
This is their solution to the pilot shortage. The 175, it's a two-man crew. They're still going to have the morning flight, so we'll have the early morning flight. Sometime in the afternoon, we don't know the schedule yet, and then the late night flight will come back in. So we'll always have that one overnight flight to get out in the morning. But they are cutting at least one flight, sometimes 2 flights a day on the weekends when it's not as busy. But that doesn't mean we're losing enplanements. Enplanements are still up, so PFCs are doing good. We're just going to lose a little bit in landing fees.
Okay.
Other than that, it's pretty balanced budget. The badges are staying consistent. Seem to be happy and healthy out there.
So why don't you share with council the South Taxiway extension that you've been working to get the funding for and opening it up for further hangar development?
Right. So the South Taxi Lane, that is a federally funded project through the AIG grants. It's the Airport Improvement Grants as part of the bipartisan infrastructure law that Biden signed. We're going to get about $5.5 million over a 5-year period. What the FAA is doing is they're going to tack that money onto our yearly entitlement money. So that's going to delay our project, and I just learned this the other day, actually. We're not going to get the South Taxi Lane built until the runway 927 conversion happens. We're going to bid them out together to get some, hopefully, better pricing. The FAA is really, really concerned, especially in West Texas, with inflation. It costs so much money to get a contractor here that's able to do that scope. And so they want to try and maximize our dollars and do that together. So we're looking, Mayor, probably midsummer of 23 for the South Taxi Lane completion.
That's when we're going to shut down the other taxi lane? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's when we'll convert runway 927 to taxiway hotel.
Other questions for Jeremy? Okay. Thank you for waiting all day long.
Thank you.
That was tough.
Allison, did you find out what the price of that equipment is outside?
No, I didn't go look. Well, we want one. All right, good afternoon. Also, like Jeremy, presenting a balanced budget. Starting with revenue, we are projecting sales at a $1.2 million increase. This is in line with FY21 actuals, which was actually less than FY20 actuals. FY20, we were at $31.47 million, so we're budgeting flat with FY21 actuals. We are seeing similar water demands as FY21, and so that's why we feel that we're tracking on a similar basis for water sales. The remaining other increase of $432,000, some of that is due to lake leases. So out at Lake Nasworthy, where homeowners are still leasing their lake lot, there was that plan to move those those percentage increases in their lake leases going up. So there is about $25,000 associated with that. Then we also receive money from other divisions such as stormwater and trash because the water fund does all the billing services. And so for those billing and customer service functions, there is an increase in those. And then the others are from transfers in. One of them is from interest income from the Lake Nasworthy Trust Fund, so that's Fund 640. There's about $41,000 of an increase there. And then also an increase in what we transfer from the sewer fund to fund utility maintenance, because utility maintenance covers both water and wastewater in our functions, but is paid solely out of the water fund. So that's it for revenue, if y'all have particular questions about that.
One other component, Mayor, I would mention that you mentioned earlier is interest income. We're projecting that to increase to the water fund with over $250,000.
For expenses, personnel is up $365,000. O&M is up to $660,000, and then we are increasing our capital line to balance budget, and the capital line is dedicated almost primarily right at this moment to keep up with the street program, so the College Hills, Bell Street, those type of projects. It would be to do the water line replacements for that project, or for those projects.
Explain the personnel line, because most of the personnel's lines are barely up, only for longevity pay. So you want to talk about your personnel increases?
Yes, ma'am. One of those is a reorganization of the Water Utilities Fund. I was approved to have a second assistant director for the water utilities. This is primarily due to the workload and the regulation and reporting requirements that we see through all the entities that we have to report to. We also had reorganization as far as our lowest pay grade was a grade 11. And then we did, I guess, citywide, that was moved up to a pay grade 12. So some of my lowest level the lowest level employees were bumped up one pay grade. And so there was about $35,000 associated with that. It's $105,000 for the second assistant director that I was discussing. $16,800 in loyalty pay. And also with the water fund and wastewater fund, as our employees get licenses and go to classes, they do get license pay for those licenses that they hold for us. And so there is an increase in that line of $38,000. Ultimately, with all of those, I guess, salary increases and incentive pay increases, we had a net increase of $101,000 to benefits. And so that is the largest portion of that personnel line increase.
What part of it is that those, what do you call them, things that we added, those people that we added for?
CSIs?
CSIs.
So those were reflected in last year's budget
So
because
the
they were approved
total.
through the budget process. So
No, they were approved, I just didn't think we had hired them yet, so I'd wondered what part of this, because I don't think you had them all on board.
we did not
for the
have
full-
them, correct.
Yeah.
We did not have them hired at that point. But when we go into a budget, we budget for all vacant positions as well as filled positions. So there were dollars allocated in last year's budget for those, even though we had not hired them at that point. But once we started marketing and advertising for those, we had the dollars already in the fund to pay those employees.
Okay. And let's see, questions from council. This might, I don't think it's on this one, so I might be asking it ahead of time, which is fine. But on one of the presentations that you made earlier this year, I think in May, it was about drilling the additional wells at Hickory Aquifer, et cetera. And I think in looking at those documents, it showed that we would be in the process of starting that work in May of this year. So I think that meeting was in March, maybe. So where are we on the Hickory Aquifer additional wells, well expansion project?
They have actually drilled down to the full depth of the first well. That's a little over 3,000 feet deep. They're doing the top reams, which is basically it's an upside down wedding cake as you drill down into the Hickory. But the main hole to the Hickory formation for the first well has been complete. There's been lots of grubbing and clearing of right-of-way. There are new roads already built to about 2 of the well sites. I think 3 of the 5 well site pads are ready for rigs to move in. The driller is a few days behind schedule, but they are mobilizing.
Because of rain?
I wish.
No.
I truly do. No. Just because of the hard conditions that they're drilling in. And so it was their intention to drill all 5 with 1 rig. They are mobilizing in a second rig right now to assist and get them back on track. And then that's the drilling contractor, PLW, which is the contractor for both the in-town work and the remaining work out there. Clearing has been done at the water treatment plant. They're starting to receive materials, and so their construction trailers are set up. It's becoming almost a full-fledged construction site at the water plant as well as the ranch itself.
You're pleased so far with the progress?
Yes. We're only a couple months into the construction project, but yes, I've been very pleased. We have monthly progress meetings, trying to visit the well site more often, but everything is clean and it's going well.
This might
Don't
have been
wanna
the wrong
jinx
place to
myself,
ask
though.
it,
Yeah.
but
No,
I had my notes to ask for a follow-up on that, so continue. So go ahead to your water reclamation fund, because I don't think anybody had any questions on.
This too is a balanced budget. Unlike water fund, wastewater fees, we are not seeing much of an increase, and it is. We also need to know that with wastewater, two things. There are large portions of San Angelo that we don't serve with wastewater capacity.
Is that because they have septic?
Yes, that is because they have septic, and just because the extents of our sewer system don't reach to some of those subdivisions. And then we're also annexing and bringing in some subdivisions that, like the one off Ratliff Road, that will be served by septic facilities. The other portion is that the usage or how we bill for sewers off a winter quarter average. And so we do not bill peak usage in the summer because most of that is going to irrigation. So we bill off the winter quarter average. And so we're budgeting that flat with the revenues that we budgeted for last year. The other line is primarily due to interest income, $164,000 of that.
Okay, questions from council on this fund? On what it brings up to me, obviously, is the Lake Nasworthy sewer system project that we're working on. So update us on where we're at, because at one of the past meetings, we said that by November, all of that work would be done and we might have the opportunity to start working.
Yes, the design work is still on track to be complete by November so that we can start the advertising and procurement process to get a contractor on board for the construction of that project. But yes, we're still on the November, schedule for those design drawings to be complete.
That, I think, is one of the most important things we all are waiting for and anticipating, because the amount of growth and development it's holding up. So you've heard me say it before, but
and I've talked to
push where
several
you can.
Yes, I've talked to several developers that are chomping at the bit for that project too. So we're trying to push it through as fast as we can.
Okay. Again, questions, comments from anybody? Moving on.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Talk real quickly about the Stormwater Fund. Budgeted flat again this year for that. Our revenues are going to equal expenses overall. For this fund, our revenues have not increased substantially since the inception of the billing on that in this particular fund. In 2010, we set the fees, and those fees have not increased, so therefore we have a nominal increase only through the increase in the number of bills that we send out. So we historically have billed flat for the revenue on the Stormwater Fund. The $26,000 that you see there in other is all interest income.
You know, how much on all these funds that we're talking about right now, how much is the total interest income that we will see this year? I mean, I remember maybe it was last year when you talked about the large dollar amount that was impacting our funds, our revenue, because of low interest rates. So this year we have higher interest rates in total.
I haven't calculated that in an aggregate amount citywide, but we could definitely share that at the general
At some point, let's
fund.
just talk about it, because that,
Okay.
yeah.
At the next workshop, we'll have that ready. Okay.
And similarly, on the expense side, our expense expense budget is fairly the same as it has been over the years past. A slight increase in personnel due to that same increase in the lowest pay grade, up from a grade 11 to a grade 12. And then our O&M bumped up just a little bit because we moved a little bit of what we used to budget in capital projects up into our O&M to try to take care of some small in-house type projects. So that's why you see that movement of those two dollar amounts there in O&M and in capital.
I was going to say, Patrick, I think part of that is related to fuel and vehicle maintenance costs as well.
That is correct.
We're seeing that citywide too, of course.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, questions for Patrick? With none being asked, thank you.
I've got the solid waste fund
Yes.
as well, so we'll roll right into that. Similarly, the solid waste fund is pretty uneventful on the revenue side. The $93,000 that you see an increase there is obviously interest revenue, and then the user fees is that contracted increase between the landfill and the collection services that we see that was contracted whenever we renewed the collections and the landfill contracts in 2014. On the expenditure side, pretty basic there. On the O&M, we moved some O&M money from our professional services as we looked at the permitting process. We've got the bulk of that encumbered already, so moved some of that line out of last year's budget and reflected in this coming year's budget, and just dropped that down into capital, into the contingency line for that particular section. One of the things that is new in this particular budget is the addition of the KSAB fund into here. So
Yes.
the KSAB was a standalone
Keep San
fund.
Angelo beautiful fund.
Keep San Angelo beautiful, that is correct. The KSAB, this current year, we negotiated and we pulled them underneath the umbrella of the solid waste fund because they do provide a service that aligns with the goal and the objective of the solid waste department. In doing that, we also incorporated the water conservation manager into that same position. So there's some alignment there as well from a conservation and just an economic or ecological standpoint. So you'll see there's $110,000 there that we have budgeted that wasn't budgeted before, strictly to cover those operating expenses for that particular fund.
It makes sense, and those people should be in this fund.
I would clarify that they are still in a separate fund because they're a separate legal entity. However, organizationally, they will now fall under Public Works.
Questions? Seeing none, moving on.
Thank you.
Mayor, Kimberly pulled the number for interest, the increase to interest income this year that we're projecting and budgeting is over $1.1 million. Citywide.
Is that it?
It's huge.
Okay. Then do I, as a matter of the process, I need we originally planned for the general fund workshop to be on the 9th of August. Tom Thompson cannot be here for that, so specifically.
A random council person couldn't be here.
There's somebody sitting up here. No, so we've moved that to the 11th, which is just fine because it gives us more time actually to get some information from sales tax trends. So thank you for not being available because you've helped us out.
Is that on purpose?
There you go. In August. It was originally on the
August
9th
I'll
and
get
now
one of those
moved to
two
the
American
11th.
Airlines
So from a
flights back
Tuesday
in.
to a Thursday.
Well,
Same time,
whatever
same
little
place.
Tom wants, a little Tom gets.
Baby Tom, hashtag Baby Tom.
And with that, I will entertain a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
All in favor, stand up and go.